the head of international affairs, Thais Nifigner, who cannot attend the session today. So, taking advantage of the provocation of policy questions that ask us about telecommunication infrastructure, expansion on significant access, lessons for improving universal access according to local needs, I would like to talk here about a recent project developed as a result of memorandum of understanding signed between the National Telecommunication Agency and the British Embassy on the topic of digital access development in September last year. The first project resulting from this partnership was developed by the Association Progressive Communication, and its results were delivered this year on October 25. The intention of this project was to enable the construction of an environment to encourage community networks in Brazil and the development of concrete projects and studies with a view to contributing positively to the promotion of digital inclusion and the transformation process in the country. The initial project developed under this partnership were focused on encouraging community networks, supporting small providers, and conducting research aimed at the population of small municipalities to map the demand and gather input to contribute to a more assertive public policy, improving the agency's performance. As an alternative to traditional investment, options was sought with the possibility of building access networks in region with low financial returns, particularly in rural and isolated areas with difficult access. We believe that community networks open the way for disconnected communities to build their networks with their own equipment or hire networks and equipment from neighboring locations or even from satellite operators in more remote areas. These networks must comply, of course, with current regulation, especially regarding regulatory models and equipment certification requirements. But in the end, as a result, the following products were delivered. The first one was an executive summary entitled Policy Brief, in a deep analysis of the current scenario of community networks in Brazil, which includes the mapping of existing community networks, the vision of the main actors involved through documentary research and consultations with stakeholders, identifying the main challenges and recommending potential improvements so that they can be made for the development of digital access in the country. The second product is a community networks manual that provides general guidelines for the implementation of community networks, and it's available to the entire population in a very friendly language and tends to be a useful consultation tool. And finally, the third product delivered were 2 videos with guidance to the general public, interested in simple, assertive, and accessible language, the main guidelines contained in the manual, in order to strengthen the manual and generate interest in it. It has subtitles in Portuguese, English, and signs. The manual was worked on a 12-minute video, and also a 1-minute teaser of the video was also made. We are confident that the results presented will bring enormous benefits and concrete results for the expansion of digital access to the most vulnerable and excluded populations in Brazil, and promote the increase of digital inclusion, stimulate innovation, create jobs, generate opportunities and business partnerships, which is not an easy task. Remembering that this year, the auction of 5G was held, in 700 megahertz, 2.3 gigahertz, 3.5 gigahertz, and 26 gigahertz radio frequencies that allow providing a greater volume of spectrum resources for providers to expand their network in addition to the bands of restricted radiation. If on the one hand, we are working to offer Brazilian society the most modern and fastest in the world telecommunications, on the other hand, our challenge is even greater to seek connectivity solutions for part of the population that still lacks minimal infrastructure of access. In this scenario, we have a great geographic and income inequality challenges in the country. Community networks are an innovative solution for connectivity gaps, enabling people to develop the model that best suits their reality. They represent a paradigm shift allowing any group, local administrations, entrepreneurs to develop a new access infrastructure and this way to enable individuals and communities to manage a common good. It provides connections and autonomy and infrastructure, sits and learn not only to have access, but also to build the infrastructure together with others in the community. We know that a large part of the world's population cannot access the internet significantly. Because of this, public policies in Brazil have been very focused on expanding broadband internet access. The expansion has been a constant concern, infrastructure expansion on the increase of high speed and increase in access networks, whether fixed or mobile broadband. Also noteworthy in the increased presence of small providers in terms of volume and the market that contribute to the advancement of connectivity in the country. Together, these small providers represent around 40% of the fixed broadband market and have been crucial in the internalization of connection in the country, internet in Brazil for smaller municipalities. With access to the internet, communication in small communities improves and benefits local activity, as I said, commerce, education to accelerate the implementation of the universalization of the internet in the country. This project allowed for a better understanding of places in Brazil in terms of broadband, network expansion, network coverage, governance, and internet architecture, but also geographic inequalities between rural, urban, indigenous peoples, as well the different access from different social classes. I just will talk a little bit more about the policy brief and the manual. That's the policy brief. It's available on this website. The policy brief maps the intent maps the barriers found in public policy, regulation, economic, cultural discrimination barriers in a way that contribute for community networks to flourish, sustainability in Brazil. That work has exactly 158 pages, so it's a very deep document. The executive summary provides a set of recommendations and international best practice. Anatel has sought to adapt to the frequency band allocation to allow access at a low cost in a more democratic way, not only through restricted radiation bands, but also through frequency bands for links to adequate solutions for coverage of solutions such as Amazon, for example, with the bands H and F. This project represents not the final product, but a diagnosis that allows us to improve and to implement at the agents, such as proposals for administrative simplification and the study of new possibilities, such as the regulation of the limited private services that is used today to make community networks viable, but which it can be improved, as it was not created for this purpose. Open data were used to identify access and transport network in all locations in Brazil, whether urban or rural, and map the level and type of coverage in riverine communities, quilombolas, indigenous people. Also map the technology and costs they have of incorporating indigenous people's right to promote their right to self-communication, self-determination, and their own media. Finally, the policy brief brings a series of cross-cutting recommendations on gender affirmative action, such as using FUST and FUNTEL. These are funds used in telecommunication development to adopt new paradigms and pay attention to community networks. This document is also based on examples of good practice such as Mexico, Canada, Colombia, Spain, not only on the merit of telecommunication, but also on methodologies, consultations, and collaborative work such as this one, which brought together efforts of all these actors and create an opportunity for technical, economic, social, cultural sustainability, and made development create a virtuous circle of inclusion and empowerment in local communities. About the manual, this is the manual, and the manual target audience is residents of locations that do not have connectivity or have insufficient connectivity or that are out of the economic reality of the location, both rural and also isolated areas. The manual is very interesting, especially because of this practical nature, and it is intended to encourage interest in community networks for these initial steps for an overview, both in the administrative, management, and social part, as well as the technical part, explaining technical concepts of equipment, of network, as in the regulatory part, knowing whether the community network needs a grant, an authorization or not, and how to proceed with the regulatory agency. The pillars that led to this elaboration sought popular education into consideration. So it was a material constructed without leaving that prior knowledge existed before, using therefore more simplified language, avoiding technical jargon, explaining the terms in English, and with very careful illustrations. Great care was taken with the inclusion of diversity, and it's believed to be a way to overcome barriers to access. So to conclude, would like to say that we are very happy with the result of this project. Anatel has been working for many years to be able to make regulations and projects to expand access, especially broadband. We have evolved a lot in expanding access, especially in mobile broadband, with obligation in the notice. The result of this work, which is just the beginning of this work, is a diagnosis and an operation manual. We are now starting a new phase at the agency, looking at community networks and small communities in remote rural areas. We intend to further adjust the regulation with this focus. Regulation needs to be a facilitator so that the population has access to quality infrastructure and internet. We are strengthening ties with representatives of community networks to get to know better and have the necessary knowledge of where to act, so that we can have more assertive regulations, simplifying the process and reaping good results in which everyone can be connected and facilitate everyone's life. I'm grateful for the attention of everyone. presented here, and I end with the teaser of the video produced at the APC. It's just 1 minute. Para saber mais sobre o assunto, assista o vídeo completo e acesse o manual de redes comunitárias. Vamos nos conectando. Até lá. That's it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Renata, for presenting this very insightful practice and what is going on from the part of the Anatel in Brazil. It's really inspiring to see all this work and about this manual stuff and this work that you are trying to make in collaboration with some community networks there. And before to go to our next speaker, I didn't tell to our audience what policy questions that we put as a provocation for our panelists. So I would to fix this, to our audience know what we propose for our panelists. That first we provoke them before the session to talk about how we could, how can the significant expansion of mobile infrastructure around the world, as well as other existing and emerging technologies such as satellite, fiber, and wireless networks be used to expand the affordable access. So we are thinking about how we can leverage infrastructure and technology, innovation and development in general. And a second provocation that we sent before in order to give this idea to them, it's like to practical and local driven policy solutions. And I think the presentation from Renata made it very well, like about talking about lessons that we can think about from successful policy solutions to universal access and meaningful connectivity around the world. And this, in the case of Renata, she presented about Brazil, and in the same way, like taking into account the local specificities and needs. And we know that in the case of Brazil, that she talked about indigenous and quilombolas communities, that they have, of course, special needs that is necessary to take into account when we are promoting solutions. And now to go ahead with our speakers and the amazing spreading the word here. The next one that I would like to invite is Carlos Bello from Mexico. I would like to thank you, because I know that in Latin America is really, really early for you to be here. So please go ahead and you can introduce yourself and try to answer our provocations. Please, Carlos.
Thank you very much, Natalia. Can you hear me? If yes, just Thumbs up. Okay,
yes, very nice.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know if it's early or late, 3 a.m. in the morning, but it's kind of in the middle. But I'm very thankful. Many thanks for the invitation. No, thank you very much, Raquel, for considering me to be a speaker here, and thanks to all of the other speakers. I'm very honored talking to you here. Going back to the questions, the provocative questions. The first one on how emerging technologies can be used to expand affordable access. Well, we all know that access is obviously key nowadays in a digital economy for development. And there are many ways to access or to provide access to individuals. It also depends on the countries, no? And every country has a different situation. For example, we have Uruguay that it's pretty much all connected because their geography is not high mountains, and so it's easy to connect everyone. But on the other hand, we have countries like Brazil, Colombia, and Mexico, where I'm from, in which it is more difficult to have connectivity for everyone because there are some areas that are very hard to reach, and they are not really cost effective, no, for companies. This is where government has to jump in, no, because the private sector is not going to make the investments to, to go and have connectivity in areas that are not going to give the returns. And how can government interfere? And we'll talk about that in a second. But the different ways in which people can connect are listed in your provocative questions. And first of all, it's with the mobile spectrum. No, for mobile we need to put towers, and you can always do combinations. But what do we need from the mobile perspective? Because it's not only asking governments to go and build the infrastructure where private companies cannot get. It's a combination of more things. Government has to promote regulation or to issue regulation that allows private sector to build out the infrastructure. I am very convinced that there cannot be complete coverage if the private sector is not really involved. No, in Latin America, and maybe some of my colleagues will agree with me, we're very accustomed to say, Father Government, come on and bring me the connectivity. No, I think it shouldn't work like that. I mean, it's a part of the process, but I think government should have all the regulation and make it easy for people to provide service. So from the mobile perspective, using the mobile spectrum, for cellular and things like that, there should be more competition. There should be regulation for the MVNOs, the mobile virtual network operators, which are growing fast in Latin America. They are well developed in Europe, but in Latin America, they're growing fast. And government also needs to understand them because, it's hard to have your MVNO, at least in Mexico, and sometimes some of the authorities do not have full knowledge of what an MVNO is, and they treat you as if you were a regular operator. And they are learning slowly, but they should be very open to all different business models. It's not an easy task, and obviously I think this is a requirement in all over the world. Spectrum fees, no, they have to be reduced, or there's got to be a vision from government that spectrum fees are not to get immediate money for programs. Spectrum fees should be accessible and should allow the service providers to develop, it should not be like a heavy load on the spectrum providers, no? We gotta find a balance between spectrum fees and how to make or oblige the operators to develop infrastructure and use it as a payment of those government fees. No, also regulation has to be thinking about Internet of Things. Not everything's going to be voice and internet access, but Internet of Things is going to become very, very important, and some regulations may not be ready for it. That's from the side of the mobile. From the side of the fiber, at least in Mexico, it was a huge growth of 35% of fiber between 2019 and 2020. This is because pandemics, everybody started requesting internet access, so the installation of fiber grew a lot. But the main problem with fiber, at least in Mexico and some other Latin American countries, is that the installation or the permits to install the fiber on the streets, the antennas, is subject to local authorities. And in big countries or in medium-sized countries, you have as many local authorities as you can think of, and the regulation is different between one and the other, and that is really complicated. Some regulators in Latin America have understood that's a problem, and they are working with local authorities trying to make them understand that allowing internet infrastructure, telecom infrastructure, is much better for their localities. And there are good examples in Colombia and Mexico of model regulation. Also, you have the WISPs, the wireless internet service providers. Renata did talk about it, communities, and the WISPs are private companies, individuals, individuals who just finished their career, their major in engineering, and started putting infrastructure for their own internet, and then they sold to the neighbor, and then to the other one, to the other one. And in Mexico, at least, we've seen a growth of WISPs. It's a very, very important piece for coverage. I believe that without the WISPs, there will be no complete coverage, because they are identified with their community, and they, it's a job now. It's now a real job. It's easy to become, with technology, it's easy to become a service provider, an internet service provider. Many years ago, providing internet was for big companies. Now it can be achievable and a good business for a family. So I think WISP is one of the solutions. And finally, satellite technology. Of course, in many countries, without satellite technology, there cannot be communications. Is the easiest way to reach some places. It may not be the very ideal for voice services, but it is for internet access. No, it's cheap to deploy because there's a small infrastructure that is required. But we have new players in the satellite industry, Starlink, OneWeb, etc., and they are their satellites are in the low Earth orbit. So the problems that we have with the geostationary satellites, which is a delay and it's hard for voice services, we will no longer have it with the LEOs. But in that sense, regulation does have to be allowing companies to develop and to let them do business, because eventually they will reach communities. It's also important to note that there shouldn't be a fight between all these technologies, because we always have the fight of the mobile against the satellites and against the WISPs, and discussions all over. But at least most of the countries need all of these technologies to have a complete coverage in their country. So it's important to not only focus on coverage being technology neutral, but also on capacity building, having people understanding how to use internet, the importance of internet, and how internet access even really helps the economy to grow. That's on the first question that you posted. On the policy solutions, and I'll be very brief on this, you also posted a question, what practical, locally driven solutions from policy exist. And I would say that I'm going to touch a little bit on Mexico, which is what I am most familiar with. We are in a generation for the regulator based on ITU, International Telecommunications Union best practices. They are already on a fifth generation of regulators. First generation was privatization, then independent regulator, competition, blah, blah, blah. Now we're focusing, the regulator has to focus on collaborative regulation. And you touch on that. All the different authorities have to collaborate. We shouldn't focus only on telecom and ICT, as we've been doing for many years. Now the telecom and ICT regulator has to collaborate with other authorities, environment on e-waste, economy on promoting small and medium-sized enterprises, and collaboration also needs involving the private sector. When you come up with regulation, you do an open consultation and you receive feedback of the people that are going to be benefited of the regulation. So the regulation should, since it's across all sectors, it should be focused on digital economy, okay? We should no longer be talking only about tower and telecommunications. We should be seeing a whole new and complete digital economy, and telecommunications infrastructure is a tool to reach that digital economy. This is what the ITU calls the generation 5 collaborative regulation. It's not 5G, it's G5. So just so we don't get confused. Collaboration not only across federal authorities and not only authority with private sector, but also federal authorities with local authorities. I truly believe that if the local authorities are not involved and do not understand the importance of having the community connected, we will not go anywhere. It is, there's evidence that every time you have more connectivity, the economy grows. It allows the people in the small community to focus on a business, like I said, internet access. Maybe the kids that just finished college in the small community, or that went out and came back to start providing service, instead of opening a store for sweatshirts or whatever, they open their own business, their own internet access service, and they start with the internet cafe and start developing to providing internet to more places in the community. So I think the biggest role of the authorities is to identify what can they do to promote and make it easy for people and for companies, with a strong focus on small and medium-sized enterprises, to provide internet access, to allow them to install infrastructure and do business, because every single access point has to be sustainable. Otherwise, it will be nice for the picture, it will be there for a month or two, and then it will go nowhere. And this is why also in Brazil, with the program, Renata mentioned it, you involve the whole community and you let everybody participate. So, just to sum up, I believe internet access should be allowed using all of the technologies available, not focus on only one. It should be accompanied with very good regulation, flexible, and with a strong focus on small and medium-sized enterprises. With that, we probably have a better chance to have broad coverage than just a government program, taking internet to specific communities. And I'll be very happy to discuss further on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos, for talk about a little bit from the perspective of from the company sector, from the private sector. Was really insightful to see your mapping of the whole, all different types of companies that could offer the service, and about the collaborative approach that you mentioned, that is really important, in fact. And I have a lot of questions, but I will keep this a little bit aside to call our next speaker, that is Juan Peirano from Internet Society. So bringing this perspective from the technical community is really important. So please, Juan, go ahead.
Hi, Natalia. Hopefully everyone can hear me and see me okay. I'm very, very honored and very happy to be here among, I think at this point we are all friends, and we have been discussing these topics for a long time. So thank you very much, Raquel and Natalia, for the invitation. I think one of the benefits of being one of the last speakers at the end of the week of the IGF is that we can leverage from what a lot of people said before. And I would like to start with something that came up, and Henriette mentioned it during the PNMA, the Policy Network for Meaningful Access panel discussion alongside others. She mentioned about the complexity that we have in the connectivity landscape right now, and how that is also connected with the intrinsic complexity that human relationships have. So I think that was a very insightful way of, as a kickstart, to try to find some of the solutions that we need to find, especially in the region, but also around the world, on how to connect. And probably many of you have seen the figures published by the ITU in the report, Facts and Figures, that over 3 billion people are still unconnected. So, and that comes from also another issue that I wanted to discuss with you today, is about the trends that we are following, that we are seeing today, about how quickly are we connecting these people that are unconnected. But getting back to the complexity, I think one of the key issues there is that us as humans, we don't like complexity. Our brains don't like complexity. We like to see things, in many cases, black and white. We want to have an opinion. We want to stick to that opinion. We want to understand what is happening. So every time we face challenges that have complexity by themselves, in many cases it's very difficult for us to face them. So in this case, in the connectivity case, and when we're trying to connect people, I think we need to acknowledge that complexity, the complexity of human existence, so to speak, but at the same time trying to focus on the things that we can achieve and try to untangle that complexity and find those knots where in each of our cases we can actually untangle them and try to find a more streamlined solutions for everything. And I'm very grateful for Renata's presentation before me and Carlos, because I think the Anatel example is one of the best examples that we have in the region. It's one of many, because I think Argentina has very good examples, Mexico has very good examples, Colombia has very good examples. Now Bolivia and Paraguay is working. So I think also the Latin America region is pioneering many of these solutions that are trying to untangle the complexity that we have there. And let me again refer back to the Anatel work that they did with APC and with the UK government and other stakeholders. I see Carlos Afonso here on the call. He has worked with Anatel for many years, and I know that Natalia and Raquel as well. So it's very important to take a deeper look at the Anatel example and see how we can bring that example to other countries in the region, because I think the way that the multi-stakeholder approach worked in that case was very beneficial, and it approached one of the issues that I think we need to untangle, and it's the connectivity networks landscape and the access to rural areas. So I believe that it's very important for us to follow up during the discussion about that. But also, Carlos mentioned Uruguay. I'm originally from Uruguay. I'm not based there anymore, but it is true that it's very easy to connect people in Uruguay because it's very flat, and we are only 3 billion compared to Brazil and Argentina, our closest neighbors. We are a peck of dust in Latin America in terms of connectivity. But nonetheless, I wanted to mention that my parents live in the countryside, and my father had to walk like 1 kilometer to speak with me, that I'm in another country, to have some sort of connectivity. So it's still not even. And in countries that are as easier to connect as Uruguay, because there's a lot of support from the government, from the state operator, from the public sector, from many stakeholders in the country. Even in that situation, we are not reaching everyone. So I think we need to make sure that we address the issues that we need to address in each of the cases, and that brings us to the question about the local needs. And I think that's one of the key issues why we are not connecting as many people as we used to at the beginning of the century. We reached the easiest to connect people in urban areas. We had all the money ready, all the technical availability was there with equipment and everything, but now we are slowing down, so we need to find those innovative solutions that to reach those places where it's harder to connect. And again, I think Brazil and their work is a testimony of that, and some of the issues that I think they are raising there about licensing, spectrum management, and financing mechanisms are key in terms of policy to achieve the universal connectivity that we want to achieve. But also, we need to make sure that we put some effort again to make the complex issues less complex. We need to also have some considerations about mapping. We need to make sure that we promote enabling policies that enable, again, sorry for saying that 2 times, but that try to support open data frameworks that are conducive to understand what the connectivity landscape in the region is in terms of fiber deployment, in terms of coverage, in terms of population density and sensors. I think there's still an avenue that we need to go through there in terms of mapping and how honest are with ourselves about who are the people that are actually covered, who are the people that are actually connected, or who are the people that are closer to a fiber that can actually connect, because there is a point of presence there, because it's not only being closer to the fiber, but also it cannot be just a cable. It needs to be a place where you can actually connect. So there are many points in that we need to address in terms of mapping that I think will also benefit in the next few years in the runner-up into 2030 and trying to achieve the sustainable development goals that is related to affordability. So all of them are together. But going into some of the a little bit on details before I yield my time, I think the case of licensing, spectrum management, and funding mechanisms is sort of like a package that we need to address to connect the unconnected people in the region, in the sense that, and Carlos mentioned this already, we need to make sure that we allow people to be licensed to provide services. It needs to be affordable for a small operator to get a license, and easy bureaucratically. If we are making the process too difficult and too costly, those people that have the intention to bring connectivity to a certain area that is currently either poorly connected or it has a deficit in infrastructure, if we don't, as regulators, as policymakers, we don't make an effort to give them like a push and say, yeah, I will not make your life more miserable. I will try to help you with a licensing framework that is easy for you and it's accessible for you, and also that it's covering the needs of the region that you want to provide service in. And after that initial how can I say, the way of making things easier for licensing, I think the spectrum management that is a little bit more technical, but it has also it's directly related with the licensing frameworks. We need to make sure that we have technical infrastructure, and that there are many examples around the world, and I think in Latin America we are doing a great job. For example, with Wi-Fi 6, I think we are doing a very good management of spectrum related to Wi-Fi 6, and give as much unlicensed spectrum as we can, and having the whole 6 GHz band unlicensed for Wi-Fi 6. I think it's a very interesting and positive move in the runner-up to connect people, because as you know, I think Carlos mentioned mobile, but most of the bandwidth is used when those mobiles are offloaded to Wi-Fi networks. So Wi-Fi itself as a technology and unlicensed spectrum is key to achieve not only universal access, but to promote affordability and to promote better quality of connectivity in those places where they are now a certain level of connectivity that it's not and before, as mentioned, it's not meaningful, or it's not it's not reaching the needs of the people. And finally, I think we mentioned spectrum management, but there are also not many, but several very interesting ways of managing spectrum that are related with dynamic spectrum allocation or usage or shared frameworks and spectrum databases. I think in the region we are still in the LAC region we have again a way to go there, because those are very at least from at this point, I think in many cases are costly solutions and not always easy to implement. But I think we need to go through also to walk that avenue of work, so we can use the spectrum in a way that it's not seen as a scarce resource, because it's very important to also to realize that portraying spectrum as a scarce resource and as a costly resource is a fabrication of the way that on how we manage that spectrum. Spectrum are just frequencies that are there. So if we don't purposefully look for solutions to make that management more easy or more equitable or more affordable, it's because of us, because of the people that are managing it. So I think that there is also a way of working there that we can achieve better policies. And finally, the funding mechanisms, and Carlos mentioned this, and Renata as well. There is I think that it's also tightly related with licensing, because and it's sort of like a catch-22 situation when, if you're for example a community networks at ISOC, at the organization that I work in, we promote complementary access solutions and community networks by themselves. If you are not legal, or if it's too difficult for you to get a license as a community network, how can you expect to get funding mechanisms? And when I talk about funding mechanisms, I'm talking about the most traditional ones, like getting a loan from the bank, getting people to invest in your community-owned business. So if we don't make the licensing frameworks easier and affordable, it will be very difficult for those small operators to get the right funding that they need. And we always use, and I think it's very, very important to mention, the universal service funds in the region. Many people here in the call might know that in the region, not the universal service funds are not used all the time in the ways that they're supposed to. And if we have, again, the example of community networks, if a community network could achieve a license and at the same time will automatically be part of the telecommunications ecosystem from a country, and then maybe try to grab a little of that money that is in many cases standing there in the universal service funds in many countries. So again, I think, again, the package of licensing, spectrum management, and funding mechanisms, it's one, and then also tightly related, but not directly, is the mapping solutions that we need to address, and finally the affordability. And I think I'm gonna leave it there. I took like 10 or 12 minutes, so I think it's enough. And I invite everyone to ask questions and have a good discussion. Thank you, Natalia.
Thank you, Juan, for your insightful inputs. And now I call Raquel Renault from Article 19 to put your insights from these questions and these topics that we are discussing here. Please, Raquel, go ahead. The floor is yours. And after Raquel, we have some time to ask some questions. So be prepared to participate and ask questions for our panelists. So Raquel.
Thank you, Natalia. Thank you, everyone who had to wake up so early for the session. And I think that when we planned it, we thought about having people and examples, as we said in the description of the panel, positive examples, just to change a little bit the dynamic, because in many sessions many times we meet as a multi-stakeholder group, we tend to say, well, this is missing, you're not doing this, you're not doing that. And we kind of try to gather examples, because Brazil and Mexico are real good examples. Every time we talk about community networks, those are the examples that we mentioned for sure. We might, of course, add others because they're luckily more examples in different countries, more and more. But Brazil and Mexico are a reference. We know the work that CITEL is doing that reflect that. So we wanted to start from this kind of optimistic and basically giving concrete examples that were basically presented by you all, saying that this is possible. No, so we're not talking about utopia. We're not talking about something that might be possible in a few decades. We're talking about a future that is here, it's now, which it's different from saying that we're looking for a single solution to implement in other regions or other countries. And I just really wanted to complement, because I think that the main elements were already described and presented by you all. And many times when we all work with fora like the IGF and then the ITU, or our coalitions, local, regional, international coalitions, we tend to be asked like, okay, but this is just some techie stuff. Why does it matter for, everyday people in everyday lives? And I just want to give some examples of what's going on right now, because I think that when the solutions that were proposed and presented here, when we say that they are important, they have impact in real life. No, so for example, when Carlos was talking about the diversity of providers and diversity of technology, this is very important, because we know that in specific forums there are some technologies, and he mentioned the mobile technology. It's getting stronger and stronger, and in official research like the facts and figures from the ITU and others, official numbers that we have from some countries, the mobile industry is just getting bigger and bigger, which if you just have the map like that, you might think, oh, this is the technology that people prefer, which my question, is it really true? Or is it what's basically available? No, for spectrum issues, for different reasons. And what happened in some countries, we conducted some field work together with local organizations of 3 or 4 years ago. And basically what they were saying is that the fact that WhatsApp, for example, was being part of the prepaid plans that were used, but most of the population could present a problem, could be easily weaponized, and it was. And we all know, anyone who is from our region, how WhatsApp as a source of information is a very complex and very difficult issue. And it's one of the main disinformation issues, because it was very easy to say, okay, instead of just using the traditional media who have some rules of what they're gonna publish or not, with all the criticism we might have with the media, they have to follow some rules and face some consequences if they publish something that it's a complete lie that cannot be proven, etc., etc. But if you use a chat service, then you don't have to worry about that. And that's what happened, no? And it was easy to get to people who hardly had some internet, but suddenly had information coming via WhatsApp that they couldn't even fact check, because fact checking would imply that they have to use the data cap, and sometimes they don't have data in the paid plans, for example. So this is a concrete example that basically affected democracies. No. Also, we heard Jane talking also in the Meaningful Connectivity main session. I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before yesterday, that although it's important to try to think about what do we mean by meaningful connectivity, we have to be aware that there are, a complexity of solutions, no? So complexity, now I'm saying in a positive way, not complex like in terms of how do we untangle that, but there are so many cultures and so many ways to use the internet, no? The same way, this is not new, because when I'm studying media, it was in the 90s. We were doing some case studies in the Amazon, and the communities there use the radio as what we might call the telephone, no? So they say, happy birthday, or, come here because you forgot your clothes that you have to take to wash. And this was transmitted in the local radios because it was easier for the people, since the transportation was basically done by boat. No, so they kind of subvert the original idea of the radio and use the radio for local one-on-one communication. And of course, the internet should be open for that as well. No, so this is what happens when we say what the community needs, because it's not in a top-down way, like, please tell me what you need that we're going to provide to you. They already know what they want. So it's just basically leave them the possibility to, manage to actually work on the technology, like in a plastic way, and shape it in a way that they find meaningful. And this is different from having this one size fit all solutions that are mostly sold by traditional mobile companies. And this is really important because, as I said, I gave this extreme example of the democracy being harmed by something that had to do with, started with the infrastructure, because local organizations said that this could be a problem before it was actually a problem. So they knew the risks, no? And this prepaid plan is also something that happens in suburban areas where people there are considered connected in official numbers, but are they? I mean, what kind of connection do you really have if WhatsApp is your main source of everything in terms of information? So of course, I'm talking from someone from Article 19. So I'm talking about specific, access to the right to access to information. What kind of information do you access? When you just have access to one app? And also respect the diversity of ways people communicate. This is also freedom of expression, no? But at the same time, for example, anyone who worked with grassroots groups in Brazil, at least, I'm pretty sure in Mexico and Peru and Colombia is the same, were approached by groups who want to have a specific community network shaped not only in a traditional way, like we want to access the internet, but they want to have internal local communication that doesn't depend on the traditional providers, because when they are under attack, they have to know. And sometimes one of the things that happen just before an attack is that the traditional communication is cut and they don't have access to their phones. So this is some of the demands. So this is also part of the thing that have to be taken into consideration. Some of the minorities, some of the groups there might be dissidents or might be in struggle with the power that is basically deciding what kind of communication this community will have. Now I'm talking about local, regional power, no? So I think that just brought this kind of a more gloomy scenario, because we had three people here talking about positive solutions, that this, what ISOC has been doing around the world. It's amazing. We have all these reports showing concrete results and showing that this is possible. Different ways of communicating, internet, it's possible. It's being done. What Carlos said, and the work with the satellite, not Starlink satellite, but different different technology under the same technology is also possible, no? And what Renata said and what they developed with APC, and APC also worked with local organizations, including Article 19, Instituto Bem-Estar, Article 19 Brazil, of course, Instituto Bem-Estar and others, show that this is possible, no? So Anatel is huge and is taking care of, imagine Brazil has continental size, but still it was possible to be done, and it was done, no? And it was just launched. So I think that this is what I wanted to just show that, sometimes we are involved in our local routine and local situation, and we think, first, there's no solution, everything, it's going backwards, or we say, this is too much, how can I, be in contact and change a structure that is so solidly built by the big telecom operators and the huge regulators. So these are all the examples saying that it is possible and it can be done. So when we talk about replication, it's not like replicate one idea and implement what is done in Oaxaca, in some community in Mali. It's not about that, but talking in a big picture, it is possible, it is doable. No? So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Raquel, for you explore many different topics, really important. And now we have this more or less like 17 minutes for some discussion with our participants. And I also see here that we have a question from the chat, and Juliana, you read for us, please.
All right. So we got a question from Carlos. He would like to hear more from Renata, from Anatel, about the recent decisions on licensing the 6 gigahertz band for Wi-Fi 6E and the prospects of using this band for community networks.
So please, Renata, if you could address this question. And if somebody else wants to put other questions, we still waiting for questions, yeah, from on-site and online. So Renata, please.
Thank you for the question. Actually, I see Wi-Fi 6 and 6G as one to in addition, actually, because I think Wi-Fi 6, it was a great job we had last year, but we have also TV white space that's being approval. We have this all these obligations and 5G notice that about education, about the more democratic way of licenses. We have the decrease of some fees. So I actually, when we talk about Wi-Fi 6, I think it will be really, actually really great. I think it was approved. It was a very good job, but in the spectral area, I see Wi-Fi 6 as one more tool in all this environment. So we have some specific, because of course we have some specific solutions for each case. So Wi-Fi 6, it's a great solution. Satellite communication, it's also a good solution depending on the case. Short waves in the Amazon case, it's another great solution. So actually that's how I actually see Wi-Fi 6 in all this environment. And also lots of different more different with about the spectrum. We have all lots of how can I say that, more cases like spectrum access for backhaul, allow fees, this sharing of 5G spectrum for community networks, not only as a secondary market. There's restricted spectrum. So I think that's a decision, a great decision, and I think it will help as the other technologies and the other tools we have. I think we need to use all of them depending on the case. I think it's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Renata. We have some questions from on site. Yes, please go ahead. Present yourself for the panelists before your question, and please say if you are addressing for somebody specific or to all the panel. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Lana. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm Roberto Zambrana, coming from Bolivia, from our local NRI. I would like to ask the two colleagues, well, the three actually, the ones that were talking about, I think was Carlos, about the new approaches of the different actors like WISPs, wireless internet service providers, which actually in some cases, in some countries are maybe creating some sort of disturbance in the market. And it's good to know that there is a chance to coexist with the traditional ISPs. So that's what I would like to ask in the experiences that he mentioned in Mexico or in some other places, how the regulators are dealing with this, how are they providing this kind of harmonic convivence between these two kind of very, very, of course, different operators. And the second question is related to what do you think? I don't have any specific participant or panelist to answer this one, but I would like to know their opinion about what can we expect in the future regarding business models, knowing that most of our operators in the region have abandoned the deployment of fixed internet service, and they are more attracted to deploy, of course it's natural, to deploy wireless mobile services. So if we're going to expect that this will continue in the future with new different technologies like 5G, then what should we expect about the business model? Thank you.
Thank you. Since we have 11 minutes to finish our session, I would say I will try to give like the time for everyone to explore the question for our participants, and also if you could put together some final remarks also, I think it's a good idea to wrap up in some way our discussion. Okay, so maybe Renata, you can start, like trying to address Roberto questions and also some final remarks.
Thanks, Roberto. About the business model and the future, but it's more attractive that as you ask. I think the key is radio spectrum links are the key of the success already for this project. We have IoT coming with very strong in a very strong way. So we need to adopt ourselves, not only as an equipment, fees, spectrum in a more democratic way. As you know, Brazil have a deep differences from classes. We have a situation that more than 50 million people nowadays are below the poverty line. With only, I don't know, 27 million below the poverty line, and 50% of households still don't have any internet. So I think regarding to this, we can see that we have also 220 million cell phones. That's a good number. But if you see, 170 million are prepaid. So we just need to see that it's not. They have access to internet, but they have a limited access to data. So I think that the challenges for the future is to change to this model, to have more quality in access. And I think this community networks can be a good way to reach. And all these measures with spectrum, as Raquel said, she said technical stuff matters. Yes, matters, because it makes all the difference when you put in I don't know, when we make the 5G grant recently, and we just make the obligation for education, for investment in infrastructure, fixed it, and not only in 5G, but I think we can we have a 4D. I think we intend with the 5G notice, we intend to cover the 4D broadband to more than 9,600 rural locations. So I think it's a good measure, not the measure only about the, I don't know if it was Carlos or Juan that said, don't remember, but not just money that matters, but I think that all this obligation makes lots of difference and can really make difference in these challenges for the future. So I think that's it. Spectrum, I think it's the key now, and with this different obligations, not only fee, not only money, but obligation to investment in infrastructure, obligation in a different way to use the spectrum with more democratic way. I think that's it. Thank you. Thank you, Leto. Thank you for all.
Okay, now I would like to pass to Juan. Juan, can you explore a little bit the question and also make some final remarks?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much. And first of all, I would like to thank Raquel for her comments about both complexity and seeing complexity in a good thing, and also making reassure that what we are talking today is not a fantasy. It's something that is happening now, and it's happening in the region. And again, the region is pioneering many things. And as examples, Mexico has a license for social purpose. Argentina is using USF to promote CNs. Brazil is having their efforts with CNs. Now in Colombia, there is Colnodo, one of our partners and also a member of APC, is doing some testing with IMT frameworks, IMT spectrum for deploying a whole structure of mobile operators as CN. So things are happening, things are getting, it's real. So I think we should make sure that we understand what we are doing. In terms of the business models, I have my preference. If I have to decide, I will do everything fiber. Because I was talking with some fiber operators a couple of weeks ago, and they said fiber has infinite capacity, and it's sort of true in the sense that we are evolving in fiber. We're making it cheaper. It's become very cheaper to deploy and also to maintain. So if that's my preference, I don't know if the market is going that way, but I think there is always a case to be made for fiber in every situation. Both, of course, it's more expensive to do in an urban area because you have to do some more civil engineering work. But if you take into account the countryside, especially where the geography is more it's more welcoming, I think fiber should be also always a solution. And there is in terms of examples, there is a great example of a community network called Ballroom here in the UK. They are deploying fiber everywhere, 1 gigabit per second upload and download. So it's a really capable CN that we have totally fiber here in the UK, like the north part in Yorkshire in the UK. But as a closing remark, I think again, the LAC region, the Latin American Caribbean region, is being a pioneer in many of these solutions. I think we need to keep working as we're working, especially towards WTDC next year, where some of the many of the development agenda will be defined for the next 4 years within the ITU. And I think from a regulatory perspective and from a policy perspective, I think we need to the old stakeholders, we need to focus a lot of our efforts there and make sure that we bring all the positive examples and also the challenges that Raquel mentioned about centralization and about and about concentration of services like WhatsApp or others, and try to make sure that we address we bring the local needs to a global context in a meaningful way. I think that's it. I will give the floor to other colleagues.
Okay, thank you, Juan, for your statements. We have very few minutes, and I, of course, ask some little bit more minutes for our colleagues from the Zoom and from here, the IGF, the room also. Don't cut us, please, just to assure that everybody has the time to make final remarks. But anyways, I will ask to you to be quick, because we have like not so much time. And now I call Carlos to try to explore a little bit answer the question from our colleague and also final remarks, please.
Thank you, and thanks everyone. To respond to Roberto, WISPs, they have been growing. I think they've existed even before there was a license for them. Technology has a way through exist, and then, no matter if they're regulated or not, it comes, it exists, and then regulation catches up. So in Mexico, the development of WISP has been very, very important, and the regulator, IFT, is very close to them. Fortunately, having a license to resell telecommunications or to have your own WISP is as simple as filling out a piece of paper, and you fill it out, you send it to a regulator, and if they don't respond in certain time, it's an automatic yes. More than ever, I've seen, I work at a law firm, BGBG, and I've seen many entrepreneurs starting their internet business. And this is, I think this is wonderful. If we get all the WISPs together in Mexico, I am sure we have probably an operator as big as the 4th operator in Mexico. No, so it's very important. They connect with the local community, and this brings me closer to the other issue. I agree with Renata about spectrum being very, very important, but I think, and also agree with Juan, that fiber is going to be the problem solution, because all the WISPs in Mexico, they start with the spectrum, but spectrum is limited, and it's hard to access. And most of the WISP are trying to install infrastructure. I mean, they go from wireless to fiber, but they cannot give the step, if there is no spectrum. So, as I said from the very beginning, they're complementary. You cannot go one or the other, and basically, to sum up, I call authorities to be very, very open and make it easy for everybody to install infrastructure and have their own business. Thank you, Natalia and Renata and Raquel and everybody.
Thank you. We have now here people say to me 2 minutes and we close the session, please. So Raquel, it's your turn. You have 2 minutes and that's it.
I don't need 2 minutes. I think that, everyone here already said what was needed to said, and I think that that's the outcome that we were waiting, just to showcase all these positive alternatives and say that what we are preaching, it's doable, it's being done, and it has to be done more. So that's it. Thank you very much, everyone.
So thank you for all panelists. The things were really insightful. I think I hope that these examples could be spread and let a lot of people knowing that it's possible to achieve different approaches, innovative approach to connect the unconnected people and also to have a better access. And also, I thank all the participants on site and online for putting the questions and participating. So that's it. We see around. Bye from Poland.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
The roads are
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Internet Governance Forum workshop on multi-stakeholder content governance. My name is Fardana Badi, and today we are going to talk about what is this multi-stakeholder thing that we talk about when it comes to platform governance, especially. And in the past few years, we have seen the emergence of content governance initiatives that in one way or another are suspicious of being multi-stakeholder, or they claim that they are multi-stakeholder, or and when we debate this multi-stakeholder nature of the initiatives, we usually use the term in a broad and abstract way, and applying it to the whole initiative, and kind of like we need to be a little bit nuanced on what our expectations are as well from these multi-stakeholder initiatives. So this session, we decided to provide a draft framework to consider how multi-stakeholder these content governance initiatives are, and we aim for this session to be more than just a one-off meeting, IGF meeting. We want to have a continuous dialogue about the multi-stakeholderism in content governance, and how do we assess it, and for which issues in multi-stakeholder in content governance we can use this multi-stakeholder approach. And first we present the draft framework for assessing multi-stakeholder content governance initiatives by Milton Mueller. Then we consider we will discuss three initiatives. One is Christchurch Call. Ellen is going to cover that. And another is the Global Internet Forum to Counter Terrorism. And then we will have the Facebook overs, and Erin is going to address the Global Internet Forum to Counter Terrorism and discuss that. And then we have the Facebook Oversight Board. And after, which is going to be covered by Rachel. After that, we are going to hear some commentary from Dia and Courtney about the shortcomings and the advantages of these processes, and perhaps kind of open the conversation about what sort of principles, if any, we want to have for these multi-stakeholder governance initiatives when it comes to content governance. Okay, so without further ado, Milton, go ahead, please.
Okay. We're getting feedback.
Do you have try to mute your computer?
Yeah, I'm trying to get out of that. Okay, so okay, yeah, it is muted. So I'll see the slides. Let me just try to go into well. So yes, we were concerned with the question of, if people are claiming that they're doing multi-stakeholder governance, so what exactly does that mean, and how does it actually distribute a decision-making power? How who participates? Those are all kinds of issues. We just tried to create a framework that would allow us to kind of in a step-by-step way go through some of these issues and really get a more accurate bead on what these initiatives are actually doing. How are they actually incorporating different stakeholders? So let's start here with the 3 basic classification criteria that we set up. They are authority, membership, and funding. And we'll go through those one by one. So with respect to authority, and this is in some ways the most important element, how much decision-making power actually does this entity, this multi-stakeholder entity have? So for example, let's say in the ICANN generic name supporting organization, which organizes a multi-stakeholder body, they really do make decisions. They are the policy-making organ for certain aspects of domain names. On the other hand, many multi-stakeholder bodies are purely consultative, so you are essentially in an advisory role with the group, and you're not really having direct authority over decisions. And finally, there's kind of a middle ground here in which sometimes these advisory bodies take on a somewhat influential role in decision-making, even if they don't formally have direct authority. So we've carved out a third space there. So this is one of our classification criteria for these multi-stakeholder bodies. The other critical one is membership. And that it means essentially, who is included and how are they included in these processes. So we've had to break that down into 2 basic elements. One of them is representation and the other is selection. So by representation, we mean, has this multi-stakeholder body set up a formal, well-defined structure and possibly a balanced or unbalanced structure for representation, or is it simply, kind of catch as catch can? So for example, you might create a multi-stakeholder body that says we're going to have 10 members of civil society, we're going to have 5 people from the private sector, we're going to have 5 people from government. That would be an example of a structured representation. And anything that does not have such a formal structure, we're throwing into the B category, no structure. And then once you have or don't have a representational structure, then the question is, how are people selected to serve on these multi-stakeholder bodies? One, it could be completely open. And we use as an example of that the Internet Engineering Task Force working groups, where you can just jump in. They may ignore you, but you can all participate. Another is sort of a bottom-up selection process where, and this tends to work better with a structured representation. So you say, okay, we have a representative of human rights organizations. So the human rights organizations organize themselves and they select their representative into the structure. A third possibility is that the bottom-up process nominates people, and this is typical of the UN and typical of the IGF in particular. The civil society may nominate people, put people forward through some organized or individualized process. And then the top-down process will say, well, okay, we've got your nominees and we're going to select the following 6 people or whatever. So that's kind of a again, a gray area in which there is some bottom up and some top down. And finally, there's just a pure top down selection process where, and again, some of these United Nations, what do they call them? High level groups are, they just select people that they think are important or representative, and there's no nomination or bottom up selection process. So that's how we classify things. There's actually 8 different options here. And I think it's an important element of a multi-stakeholder body. Finally, there is funding support. And this is also important. In other words, if you've created a multi-stakeholder structure or representational process of some kind, do you support the infrastructure for people to interact? Do you support travel to meetings? Do you provide staff support for various kinds of processes that the group has to go through, or do you not? And obviously this is not entirely binary, but again, we're trying to come up with a basic classification scheme. So I don't want to get too Cartesian on you all, but you could imagine a 3-dimensional matrix in which you would locate different initiatives, authority, membership, and funding. And but I think we don't want to get that sort of pretentious in terms of how we can actually quantify the answer to this question of how multi-stakeholder is it. But in some cases, you can see that some entities would have more authority, a more bottom-up membership, and more funding, and they would be on the upper right of that graph, and others would be in the lower left. So that's our basic framework. I am finished with that, and I'll turn it back over to Farzana. As soon as I can.
Thank you very much. And based on this framework, Ellen, I want to come to you and ask you, how do you see, so you've been involved with the Christchurch call since its inception in 2019, and like in both capacity of civil society and now as a part of the New Zealand government, how do you see its evolution, and how multi-stakeholder are you? Of course, as Milton mentioned, this is we are not here to kind of say, oh, you are like more multi-stakeholder than others, but we want to kind of understand the evolution, how you saw like it went in the past, and how you actually envision a multi-stakeholder future for Christchurch Call.
Do we need to unmute Ellen?
Can you hear me now? Yes, yay. I'm furiously trying to unmute myself and being told off for it. Kia ora koutou. Hello, everyone from New Zealand. I'm Ellen Strickland, and yeah, I've been a part of the Christchurch Call process since the beginning. So giving a little bit of background, but kind of try to tell the story in a way that helps add to this. March 15th, 2019 saw sort of unprecedented terrorist attacks here in New Zealand on the Islamic community in Christchurch. And kind of recognizing the lives lost and the grief that was there. Part of what was unprecedented as well was the use of the internet in that terrorist and violent extremist content, which was distributed in kind of ways that we hadn't seen before in terms of volume and reach. And it was that moment, that use of the internet, that brought a need for some kind of response, I suppose. And that, sorry, I have some notes I'm just trying to get to here. Sorry about that. Yeah, and so, you know, the Christchurch Call initiative was about thinking about, you know, how the outcomes that you want around dealing with terrorist and violent extremist content and how you would address that. And when those events unfolded, there were actually some, you know, national regulations, Australia, for example, and some others that sought to sort of take, you know, government action, national regulation. And the Christchurch Call really came about from, you know, New Zealand's Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern thinking, you know, what response is needed here? And that really, in order to understand the problem and to have a response, that this was, you know, an event that impacted people around the world and was so unprecedented, and you know, the systems that were in place then weren't working. What do we do about it? And it was something that would require more than just creating some quick regulation. And so, you know, between New Zealand and France, there was quickly this idea of an initiative that would be a range of countries and the social media companies, that particularly those that were most dealing with the incident. And from that inception, that idea that they would draft a call to action, it wouldn't be a treaty, but it would be kind of an action-oriented agreement about things that they would do together, talking about it. That, you know, I'm part of Internet NZ, which is the CCPLD, and working kind of as a civil society part on the internet. But that the Prime Minister, when they first announced it, you know, on the television said, and, you know, we need to be talking to researchers and civil society as well, because this is about understanding what's happening and taking action. And so from that point, you know, there was a behind the scenes kind of negotiation of this call to action document, but there was also a mobilization of researchers and civil society and advocates to, you know, try to understand what was going on in this call to action, this agreement that was happening. And so I think it's, you know, important to recognize that, you know, there were elements of that understanding that to get outcomes on harmful content, on this terrorist and violent extremist content, you needed the different parts. You needed the technical community, you needed researchers, civil society, you know, involved. But yet at that beginning, it really was a kind of governments and companies, you know, self-selected or selecting themselves, led by New Zealand and France, committing to, I think it was 24 action items. Some were for companies, some were for countries, some were, you know, for both. And that really, you know, the role of civil society was, you know, sort of grown through the actions of civil society. So they did around, it was a kind of big event in Paris to launch the call to action, but there was a side event, civil society, they weren't at the table. You know, so it's important to kind of recognize the roots of this came from that place where in civil society kind of, you know, asserting the importance of a multi-stakeholder approach and in caring about the same outcomes, but that you wouldn't get the outcomes that we were saying we wanted with just companies and governments, really. And so I think, you know, then, so that was 2 years ago, over 2 years ago. And since then, there's been the creation of a civil society advisory network formally to be kind of a part of the Christchurch Call community. There has been a second summit 2 years afterwards. And actually before that, to go back, there've been just some inclusions that started to develop of civil society being a bit more included. So in September that year, 2019, there was a follow-up meeting in the UN General Assembly. And a lot of work was done to get civil society more involved, to have representatives there and supported to be there, to give them speaking slots. And I think that kind of led to May this year, where we had a summit, the 2-year anniversary summit, which was much more of a, you know, the community coming together with an advisory network to talk. But I mean, I think I sort of say, you know, it's that progress that I think is interesting. And I reflect on it, it's about those outcomes, and that it is, I think the criteria itself that you put forward, Milton, is, you know, interesting in that I think some of those things you posited are about how you deliver the outcomes. So to reflect on the Christchurch call and your criteria, I think that, you know, the authority one is one that you certainly don't see decision-making power there for other groups, that it's an action-oriented initiative. And I think, you know, whether it's governance, I think that a really important thing I'd love to tease out more is that idea of the middle ground and the idea of influence, because I've been involved in ICANN and other spaces, and I think there are times you can have authority and not have like influence, or that the authority doesn't make for the best outcomes because you end up in a battle of authorities of different groups. I think ICANN is an example of that. And that, you know, what I would like to see is authority within multi-stakeholder processes, but also in a system that allows influence of the groups of each other up to the point of authority, so that the outcomes that you're deciding on are influenced by each other as well, rather than a kind of, you know, sort of different authorities battling each other. And I guess just to say, you know, with membership, I can see a lot of what you've done there for the Christchurch call. It has become more structured over time. I think the selection process also mirrors some of what you're saying, in that initially it was very much self-selected or top-down selected, and that for the Christchurch call community, there's become an awareness, especially with the advisory network, that there needs to be transparency, first of all. So that would be something I would add there, that, you know, that idea of transparency in the membership is fundamental, but often lacking in these things in that top-down way. But that, you know, we're now in a process to have a community process that's more bottom-up, transparent, has input from all the community about who joins in each of the areas and how they work together. And funding, lastly, I think is just super important. It's been an ongoing thing in the Christchurch call from the very beginning, you know, inviting civil society, other groups that don't have funding to come to Paris, but are you supporting them to be there, you know, to engage? Are you supporting the network across? Has been something that has been a process for the, you know, where now there has been funding found, for example, to help support the advisory network. But I think it is all that in the right direction that but the framework that you've put there, to me, resonates in those ways that I see with a focus in the Christchurch call on the outcomes, on how do we work on terrorist, violent extremist content, and minimizing, you know, that together, that some of the things you've put here, we've found moving in those directions to enable the work of, you know, a multi-stakeholder engagement. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ellen. So it seems like nominal authority might not be a very very effective way of doing multi-stakeholder processes as well. And I'm making very bold conclusions. It's like, you know, it's 5:40 a.m. here, so if I don't do that, I might fall asleep. So take it with a grain of salt. But during the Christchurch call, and when the New Zealand and France government were deciding what to do with this initiative and how to go about it, and fortunately they also took into consideration to give it a multi-stakeholder angle. There was another organization that had it was launched before the Christchurch call by the industry, and it was called the Global Internet Forum to Counter Terrorism. And after the Christchurch call was convened, and I might not be very accurate here, so Erin, please correct me if I'm wrong, but GIF City became like an NGO, that a not-for-profit organization, that, and also the multi-stakeholder angle of the processes of GIF City were strengthened, or GIF City aims to focus on that part as well. So Erin, now I come to you and ask you, where do you see this multi-stakeholder? I mean, when we talk about multi-stakeholder initiatives, you might have multi-stakeholder processes in one part of the organization. And so tell us a little bit about the GIFCT and how you go about multi-stakeholderism there.
Sure. Well, thanks again for having us, and everyone's across different time zones and in different areas, and some of you in person, but it's always just good to convene in this sort of forum, because a lot of times maybe these are some of the dialogues that we don't get as proactively from some of the other forums we participate in. It was great seeing the matrix. It's like we're gamifying multi-stakeholderism, and maybe that's not a bad way to go about it. If you gamify something, we always know where to plot ourselves better on that course forward. I mean, for anyone dialed in that hasn't heard of GIFCT or the Global Internet Forum to Counter Terrorism, we are a little bit of a unique origin story in that it really was a very particular moment when we were founded originally as an initiative run by tech companies for tech companies. So launched in 2017, founded by Facebook, Microsoft, YouTube, and Twitter, bringing together a group of tech companies, and it was run multilaterally by tech companies. At that point in time, you could say that multi-stakeholderism was convened mostly in a consultative realm, and also to help decide what some useful output and tools online for civil society would be. If you look at 2017, which feels like in online terms a million years ago, this is a moment in time where you saw lots of, very honestly, lots of ISIS content or Daesh content all around the world. And there was a lot of news hype around foreign terrorist fighters. And you saw on mainstream social media platforms, just tons of open, overt membership and sympathy and selfies. And this is what convened the tech companies to say, okay, we can't just do it one-off. Each app we're seeing this migration between platforms. And so when GIFCT was formed, it was really with three primary questions in mind. It was questioning, where can you share technology across platforms in a way that does not violate privacy and human rights concerns? And that is a very big question still to this day. Where can you get better action-oriented research from global experts that actually are solution-oriented? Because a lot of times as a former academic, you write a beautiful 100-page paper, nobody reads it, they read the executive summary, and maybe the conclusion is just more research is needed. So we needed much quippier, fast results from global experts on what adversarial shifts look like. And then the third was really, how can we share knowledge between sectors better? So it was trying not to be tokenistic about when we go to civil society. It was actually saying civil society has their finger on the pulse of adversarial shifts in a different way to law enforcement and in a different way to tech companies. We are all seeing violent extremism and terrorism in a slightly different, but really important way. Now, the big shift, as you mentioned, was after the horrific terrorist attacks, which were white supremacy terrorist attacks in Christchurch, New Zealand. As tech companies, there was that recognition of, in the face of a real world crisis that has online threat components attached directly to the ongoing real world threat, how can you react as the tech community to that crisis? And obviously the Christchurch attacker video went viral at a speed. Having looked at terrorist content for way too many years, it went more viral than any one piece of terrorist content I've ever seen in the fastest amount of time I've ever seen. So the idea of how do you do crisis response was really important. And that also, as you mentioned, had the tech companies realize that this couldn't be multilaterally run as just an initiative. It really needed its own robust funding, and it was transformed into a 501c3 NGO. So when we turned into an NGO, we had to question, how do we bring multi-stakeholderism by design into how GIFCT operates? And I want to be very clear that for us, multi-stakeholderism has to have impact-based goals by design. So I always want to say hours worked does not equate output necessarily, and output does not always equate impact. You have to actually decide what you want from that convening and build that into how you bring people in so that it's not tokenized. One of the ways we iteratively brought that in was in our governance structure, we have an operating board that's made up of the founding 4 tech companies that fund us, but we also have an independent advisory committee that is made up of both government and intergovernmental entities, but that number was proactively outnumbered by non-governmental NGOs, academics, and CSOs. That's still an area that I think needs to evolve as it goes to make sure that that advisory committee has better structure, has better funding, has better infrastructure to make sure it actually advises us in a way that's implementable and actionable. It also has a chair that has to be non-governmental in nature. And again, as soon as you say multi-stakeholderism, you cannot make the goal to agree. You cannot make the goal that everyone should all of a sudden agree on one thing, because government, law enforcement, tech companies, human rights activists, security companies are never going to necessarily agree on the path forward. But for us, having that advisory committee, it's meant to raise all the various 360-degree concerns and have a global perspective, so that when we do make a move forward, at least we have the alarm bells in the right places for why a step in this direction might be good here but bad here, and understand those consequences. It does mean that sometimes things take a little longer to take that step forward, but it means that maybe it has a more solid foundation, and the risk mitigation is by design. When we say safety by design, I think some of this is also just how you design your programs and how you design your outputs. The other area that we really wanted to get a lot of feedback from a wide, diverse range of perspectives is in our working group. So every year we refresh 5 or 6 topics and convene people from around the world that meet once a month. And the point is to produce an output at the end of that year process with that group. Again, that's evolved. It's only the second year that that's existing. We have 5 topics. It's everything from crisis response to transparency to technical approaches or legal frameworks, where we start seeing legislations in different countries start to contradict themselves even. Those working groups have about 170 plus participants from 35 different countries. And again, you're not going to get everyone agreeing on pathways forward. And I think you start realizing too that when we say CSOs or civil society, that's not a homogenous voice whatsoever. And so an activist in France might have a very different opinion to an activist in Singapore or in Turkey, and their concerns are all valid. So I think, again, the fact that those groups are producing output together and having to highlight the different perspectives has really helped us in concrete ways. Concrete examples include, I would encourage people to go as bedtime reading and look at GISCT transparency reports. Really fun bedtime reading. I know, I love giving people homework, but if you look at the 2020 versus the 2021 transparency report, our last transparency report is probably 2 to 3 times longer than the one the year before. And a lot of that came from feedback from our transparency working group that really called us out on areas that we needed to be more specific, more accurate, give more qualitative explanation about some of the data. And that's not done. That's not a box ticking exercise where you say, great, now go away. You say, okay, what's our homework for next year to make that even more robust? It's very rare for an NGO to have a transparency report, but because we have tooling that we manage that helps facilitate other tech companies to surface and review certain types of terrorist content under specific criteria, we feel we need to be more transparent as well. We also developed, because of that, those working groups, a crisis response directory. So one of the feedbacks from Christchurch and other governments and law enforcement was, in the case of a crisis, they don't know who to reach out at tech companies. They don't know the crisis hotline for a 24-hour email service from a tech company to make sure that that on-the-ground real-world crisis is being dealt with if it has online aspects. So the crisis response working group helped us develop a protected directory so that in the case of real-world harm, if relevant authorities reach out, they at least can be put in touch with the right point of contact at a given tech company. Any of these outputs for working groups, if a CSO individual leads on the output and helps develop the paper, we have funding behind that. So we also need to say, okay, it's one thing to dial in once a month to a meeting, but if you're taking more of your time, we shouldn't tokenize that time and we should put some funding behind it. Lastly, I guess a good example of some helpful feedback from the global community has been through our Global Network on Extremism and Technology, our academic wing. And just in the last year or so, they've produced over 190 insights, which are shorter blog form, finger on the pulse, adversarial shift write-ups. Those are funded as well, which is rare for researchers, even for short blog forms, to get quippy funding, just micro grants. And those insights have come from 245 authors from 25 different countries. Far-right extremism in Singapore looks really different to how it looks in America as examples, but also that network is allowed to question really broad violent extremist trends like 5G cell phone conspiracy theory and QAnon migration, or things like Hindu extremism in India or Buddhist extremism in Myanmar. And we need to also recognize that terrorism and violent extremism looks really different in parts of the world. So multi-stakeholderism, to sum up, has to be impact focused for us. We want to build in micro to macro grant funding to support CSO participation. I would say CSOs also have time constraints that maybe government and tech don't to participate. So we've tried to be horizontal in including things like Slack channels and joint documents so that if someone can't make a meeting because of their real world issues, that's not punished. And then we also were totally masochistic and carried out our own human rights impact assessment in the last year. And I'll share links to that, which kind of is helping us guide a very long laundry list of ways that as we go and evolve, we could get better. So it doesn't always make things easy to be multi-stakeholder by design, and it doesn't always make things faster, but I do think it gives you solid grounding to build from, so that in the long term, you're not facing those issues 5 years later when you think, oh my gosh, I built this on shaky foundations. And so it's iterative, it's evolving. It's not always easy, but I think it's worthwhile in the long run.
Great, thank you so much, Erin. And so the next initiative that you might have been surprised to see the name of Facebook Oversight Board in a multi-stakeholder session. And this is what exactly we want to find out. We want to see if we can in some way frame Oversight Board as a multi-stakeholder initiative, and or not. I mean, not everybody has to be multi-stakeholder. And also the other point that a Facebook Oversight Board is different from the other two initiatives, that it has a broader mandate. The Christchurch Call and GIF City, they work on terrorist extremist content, while the Facebook Oversight Board works on broader content policy issues and at Facebook and Instagram. Meta is the bigger corporation, right? I don't have to. So anyway, I'll go to you, Rachel. Please tell us about the Oversight Board and how you frame it and how you can use the framework that Milton presented to talk about the oversight. Thanks.
There we go. Can you hear me? Good. Okay. Yeah, thank you guys so much for having me. I'm already learning a bunch of notes to talk about. So I'll just give sort of a quick 2-minute overview of what the board has done in our first year, and then I'll apply this multi-stakeholder framework to some of the work that we're doing. So the board was started the idea for the board was started in 2018 when Facebook realized that maybe they shouldn't be making all of the most difficult content moderation decisions on their platform on Facebook and Instagram by themselves. And so in 2018, they started a global consultation where they went around the world talking to experts and trying to figure out what would be the best way to structure this group, because I will admit, and I think every one of our board members still sees this as very much an experiment and a new type of institution. And so back in May of 2020, we announced our first board members. And also discussed or made public the information about the trust that was used to set up the oversight board. So Meta back in 2020 put $130 million into this independent trust, appointed trustees who manage that money. And I work for, and with that money, we created the oversight board. The board members are paid through that trust. I work for the oversight board, which is part of that trust. Meta, anyone over there could not fire me. I don't closely work with them on pretty much anything, but we, so I would maintain that we're quite independent, and it's a unique structure. So what have we done in 1 year? We started taking cases in are opening up for appeals. Users can, if you feel like your content was removed from Facebook or Instagram wrongly, or if you think content has been left up on Facebook or Instagram in violation of the community standards and community guidelines, you can appeal to the board. The board then selects a very small number of those cases to dive in deeper to look at that content moderation decision. And then we have two parts to that case. We have a binding part, which goes a little bit towards the authority part of the multi-stakeholder breakdown. We have a binding part that says the board decides, yes, the content stays up, no, the content comes down, or vice versa, it comes down or stays up. And Facebook and Instagram must do, we say, on that binding piece. But the real, I think, lesson and meat of these decisions that we have been putting out are the recommendations. So we make policy recommendations to Meta in every single case, whether on things like, you should translate your community standards into Punjabi, a language that over 100 million of your users speak. You should ensure that there's an exception for satire and clearly explained in your cases, or sorry, in your community standards. And so, so we make these recommendations. Since the board started, we've issued 19 decisions. We just had 2 come out yesterday. As part of those 19 decisions, we've made 75 recommendations. Meta has agreed and already implemented half of those recommendations. There were 4 that they said, absolutely, we're not going to do. And then the rest they're still assessing. So trying to figure out with their product teams and the content moderator teams and the policy teams how they can make those other recommendations come to be. So let me talk about how we are multi-stakeholder. I think there are kind of 2 parts here. First, the board itself is pretty multi-stakeholder. They were selected, the first 4 co-chairs were selected exclusively by Meta. Those 4 co-chairs then worked with Meta to select the other first 16 co-chairs, and they're people from all over the world. There is a representational aspect. We have board members from each region and have set aside special slots for members from each region. We've also really looked for a diverse group of people, whether they're former federal judges to activists, civil society, academia, journalism, former prime minister, and so really diverse group of people who then are the ones on the board. But I think the board has also really tried to set up processes to ensure a more multi-stakeholder component of the case decisions too. And I was really interested in learning more with Aaron about some of the micro grants and funding structure that you set up, because right now we have a couple pretty open processes for civil society. First, we set up a public comment portal. So every time we announce a new case, we put a description of that case on our website. And anyone from all over the world. And we really actually, you can be an expert, but just somebody with local contact, somebody who could say, hey, I'm talking to people on the ground. This is what they're seeing. You don't need to have a law degree or any special education to really write meaningful comments. And I say that we do receive a lot of meaningful comments. In our case relating to former President Trump, we had 9,966 public comments, but on an average case, we get about between 25 and 50. And within those 25, I would say there's always a good group of 8 to 10 comments that really impact the board's thinking on decisions. And frequently, we will put recommendations from civil society in particular directly into our policy recommendations. So things that civil society has been demanding of Meta or Facebook do for a long time frequently end up in our decisions. So that's our public comment process. Alongside that, my coworker Holly and I run what we call office hours. So every time we open a case, we then make ourselves available for usually 2 hours that week. One that is early in the morning, my time, like right now, or one that's late, so we can cover a lot of the world. And then we also do roundtables. But we, in our bylaws, must publish a really extensive annual report. And in the annual report, we plan to talk about all of the roundtables we've done, all the multi-stakeholder engagement we've done, and try to be really transparent to give people a better sense of what the board is up to. So I think sort of through that, I've covered our authority, which is the binding nature, as well as the policy recommendations, which MEDA must respond to our policy recommendations. Our membership, it's top down, but hopefully we've also got a bottom up with the public comments and office hours. And then the funding issue, we talked a little bit about already. I'm happy to answer more questions on that. We also, part of that funding, I was thinking when we were listening to Milton, we have
I don't know.
researchers that we've commissioned to try more professionalized and academic research in those public comments. Sort of my overview. I'm really excited to answer questions and see all of you guys.
Great, thank you so much, Rachel. And I'm going to go to Dia and ask Dia. You have been involved with these initiatives one way or another, and there are a lot of talks about the legitimacy of the processes, and when they use the multi-stakeholder process, how do they actually facilitate? How do they facilitate the participation of civil society, especially? But also, how was your experience? What is your perception of all these processes that we actually put forward now?
Great. Okay, I'm going to try to be brief, but I do want to respond to some of the points made by my fellow panelists up to this point. Really great overviews. And I should say I've been heavily involved in each of the 3 initiatives outlined here. Each of them had really different starting points. So I think that they're really helpful to look at, to sort of compare and contrast. But I do want to start with just one really essential point for civil society. And very much in keeping with sort of how I try to participate in these things, I'm just going to be, quite frank that there's always a danger of civil society being used as window dressing. I can't tell you how many times I've heard the phrase, we consulted civil society, and I've thought, well, what does that mean? And so really, I think that when we talk about multi-stakeholder initiatives, there has to be some sort of system of accountability in place. And the fact is that, unfortunately, I think a lot of times civil society doesn't want to lose their seat at the table. And I can understand why. I've been in that position myself. But sometimes this leads to, I think, civil society organizations not being willing to say publicly what their experience has been in an initiative, and feeling like these companies or these governments aren't going to continue to talk to me if I complain too much, really. And I'm here to say that is not really the case, that most of the time you can say what you think. You're not going to get kicked out. I've been very blunt about my opinions about these different initiatives over the years, and I'm going to share a bunch of links to things that I've written over the years about these various initiatives. So I do think that on civil society side, we need to be willing to speak up publicly I think there's also value in some civil society organizations saying, no, we're not going to participate in this, and others, being willing to do if they're sort of working in collaboration. I think we saw that with the Independent Advisory Committee for GiveCT. Okay, so let me I just want to respond to some of these specific points and then talk a little bit about my experience. So just with the Christchurch call, just to give a sense of the timeline, I do want to say that initially the way that civil society got involved actually was that a lot of us didn't know that this was happening and saw a leaked copy of the call. We were then really scrambled, and incredible work. All of the civil society people on this call engaged in this process of bringing together people from around the world to comment on something, and then actually creating a meaningful output from that. That I think since then, a lot of the things that we brought up in that document have been addressed, and we've tried to work on addressing some of those points. That being said, so it was over the summer that civil society engagement was actually much more formalized. However, that being said, I do need to point out that we participated in this September 2019 UN event. It was really an incredible opportunity. However, as a member of civil society, bluntly, we were reminded constantly that it was a privilege for us to be there, that we should feel lucky to be at the UN, that it's not normal to have civil society speaking to members of the UN. I don't think that's that's not a great starting point. So really, the initiative started with companies and governments. So I think it was civil society that really made civil society engagement happen. That being said, I think there's been real interest, particularly in the part of the New Zealand government, to try to make it sustainable. And the fact that we got funding for a secretariat, I think is certainly really helpful. So with GiveCT, Aaron, you said in your comments that at the beginning, at that time, civil society was mostly in a consultative role. I would say that civil society is absolutely still only in a consultative role, and frankly, oftentimes not even that. So, one of the key recommendations in the GiveCT Human Rights Impact Assessment was they did recognize a lack of accountability for GiveCT in the current structure. So we have seen now that GiveCT is going to institute a system of formal recommendations from the Independent Advisory Committee to the Operating Board, and formal responses from the Operating Board to the Independent Advisory Committee. So this is actually modeled on the Facebook Oversight Board, which I think is interesting as we're talking about all of the three here. So this recommendation, I think, was strongly influenced by the Christchurch Call Advisory Network inputting into the Human Rights Impact Assessment. GiveCT has said that in 2 years' time, it will review the merits of transitioning to a multi-stakeholder board. I would argue that 2 years is too long, that the GiveCT is being shaped now, and that to move from sort of window dressing to actual consultative role, I think that would doing that earlier would make a big difference. So another point that Aaron made is you can't make the goal to agree. I absolutely agree with that, and I think that needs to be a fundamental starting point for multi-stakeholder initiatives. Where I think that we can tease out that principle a little bit is how do you more clearly communicate where there is disagreement? I don't think there's a problem with disagreement, and I have to say, in one of the working groups that I'm participating in now, we're talking about doing some research where the output is actually going to be to highlight all the areas of disagreement. I think that is something useful and meaningful. I know it sounds like maybe a frustrating process, but I think that's a good starting point. And I think GiveCT has also done a little bit of this with the Human Rights Impact Assessment. I really think that Human Rights Impact Assessment was very helpful. So on the Oversight Board, something that really stuck out that Rachel said is that Meta can't fire me. So I say that because, having a seat at the table or having a role where you are protected, where you know that you can say something meaningful. I mean, Meta also can't fire any of the members of the board. They can't say, oh, board, you were too mean to us. We didn't like that you called us out when, we lied to you about cross-check. So, I actually think I would really, and I've done this publicly, I would really urge members of the board to be comfortable to go even further than they have. I think, and actually, I think this is a difficult point to make, but I do think it's important. I think members of any advisory body, members of any board need to be willing to walk away at any point where they feel like there is not legitimacy anymore. And I think this is a frightening prospect. Again, you don't want to lose your seat at the table. And I don't say that the oversight board is there yet. I think there's still a lot more to be learned from this experiment. And to be really blunt, every one of my comments on every case has actually been integrated, and that is actually quite different from my experience with GiveCT and with Christchurch Call. Not every one of my recommendations has been implemented there. And in fact, sometimes, I think there's this fundamental question of what, and I'm going to wrap up shortly, but I think there's this fundamental question of what does civil society actually get consulted about? What should we be consulted about? What does that look like? And unfortunately, I think this has been a major block in a lot of these discussions with the oversight board. It's very clear. The process is very clear. Even though it is more expansive in many ways than GiveCT and Christchurch Call, it's actually also much more limited. You're making decisions about specific pieces of content from one company. So it's been easier to see the impact of that. With GiveCT and Christchurch Call, it's a little bit more difficult. What I want to see, and I think this is why the human rights impact assessment was interesting, because it was a real chance for civil society to input into something that was going to have a clear output that highlighted the areas of concern. But again, that's not something that is binding. So I think even on the consultation level, I think there's still a lot of questions about that. How does that happen in a meaningful way? More importantly, what does meaningful mean? It should certainly include, at a minimum, really making clear what the civil society concerns are, but preferably actually responding to them. I have to say another block in multi-stakeholder discussions is concerns about sovereignty from governments that are participating. I don't have an easy answer to this, but I just want to throw it into the mix for the discussion. And also, we do oftentimes run into difficulties with unclear or non-existent answers about fundamental elements of business practices by corporations. And actually, this is something that the Facebook Oversight Board also ran into. Hopefully, that is not continuing, but I think we all have our doubts. So last thing I just want to touch on is evening the playing field. A few things that we have thought about in these initiatives and that I think there's still work to be done on. So one, of course, is information disparities. Something that we've done in the Christchurch Call is try to get more regular report backs. I think the Oversight Board, initially, when you were putting the cases out there was difficulties with people feeling like they couldn't actually comment because they couldn't understand what the case was about. And we've seen a lot of improvements there. But certainly information disparities, bringing civil society in early and into more conversations, having actual authority over decisions, or at a minimum, real accountability processes for decisions. So again, just mention that aspect of the independent advisory committee and sort of required responses. So really building that into the process so that you have regular information sharing, you have regular responses. I think all of these can help. And then finally, of course, funding. I also want to throw into the conversation for later, and this is the last thing I'm going to say. What are the potential dangers in having funding for these bodies, particularly if the funding is coming from companies? I think that in civil society, a lot of us have heard, oh, well, you took Facebook money, we don't trust you, and Facebook, I refuse to say Meta. So, I think there's also difficulties there. How do you actually make the funding independent? Again, the Oversight Board is a very specific example, but it's a good example. It's an independent trust. I would love to have an independent trust associated with GiveCT. Maybe we can convince you to do that. So thank you so much. I know that was a lot. I'm going to throw a bunch of links into the chat and really looking forward to the rest of the discussion.
Great, thank you so much. And I just immediately go to Courtney. Courtney, considering that every time one of these initiatives pop us out and they say, oh, we want to be a multi-stakeholder, how can we be multi-stakeholder? So tell us a little bit about what your perception is and what sort of principles you think we can like apply broadly to these organizations.
Great. Thank you so much for this opportunity. So just to do a little scene setting so that you know who I am if you're not familiar with these initiatives, and apologies in advance if the loudspeaker comes on here. But my name is Courtney Raj, and I come at this both as a participant in all of the three processes that are laid out here, as a civil society participant, but also as an academic. And I practice participant observation, which means that I take an ethnographic lens to the things that I participate in a civil society way, so that we can do this sort of in-depth analysis and really understand the struggles in this case over how do we define something as multi-stakeholders. And that's what I think is so interesting here, because what we're trying to do with this framework is to create an analytical framework that can let us look at certain entities and processes to determine whether or not they are multi-stakeholder. But what we didn't really do here is to address the normative contestation over what gets to as multi-stakeholder. Comes for me is whether a bilateral relationship, for example, between when it is a private sector and a government initiative, can that be considered multi-stakeholder? There are scholars like Laura Denardis who I think would argue yes. I am of the mind that multi requires more than two, that when we say bilateral, multi requires more than two stakeholders. So by definition, I would say that public-private partnerships are not multi-stakeholder. I also think that there is a normative value in the role that civil society plays in making something multi-stakeholder, particularly and specifically in the internet governance realm. And so when we look at this, then we can say, okay, this analytical framework is helpful because we can see where, as Milton laid out at the beginning, do those points of influence, consultation, et cetera, arise. And those can be both, and I think we need to add another dimension, which is we can talk about the entity itself, or we can talk about specific processes. And I think that could be interesting as well, because you mentioned the Facebook Oversight Board. The Facebook Oversight Board itself, I would argue, is not multi-stakeholder. However, the process by which it works on content moderation issues with respect to Facebook seems to be somewhat multi-stakeholder. So I think that's another interesting dimension that we could tease out. Similarly, there is a related process to the GIF-CT and the Christchurch Call, both of which have to do with the issue of countering violent extremism online. And that is the OECD, the Organization for Economic Security and Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, the TVEC process, terrorism, violent extremism content process, which is using the OECD, which is a multilateral organization, but has formal multi-stakeholder entities to represent private sector and civil society in OECD decision-making and standard-setting processes. So it's interesting to see in the TVEC process that despite this being a multilateral organization, they adopted multi-stakeholder processes in order to legitimize the standards that they're coming up with. And so all of the stakeholders had to come to consensus about these standards, which have just been adopted and I believe are going to be rolled out soon. So I think that's another dimension for us to think about. Earlier, both the speakers talked about impact-oriented and the importance of impact, which of course that is ideal. But I think that there is not necessarily anything inherent about the analytical framework that has to do with impact. So in fact, I think that what we see with multi-stakeholderism as an ism, as an ideology, is that a lot of it is about practice. A lot of it is about being able to call something multi-stakeholder in order to gain access to the normative symbolic power that brings in the field of internet governance. It's very difficult, I think, for example, the Christchurch call, as you heard from Dia, faced a lot of criticism from civil society early on because of the lack of incorporation of civil society into that process, into the drafting of the 12 principles, into the first conference, et cetera. And so, we've seen how what started as a bilateral call, a bilateral kind of set of agreements between private companies and governments, has become more multi-stakeholder because of the normative power that the field of internet governance holds to compel things to become multi-stakeholder. So I think that's very interesting for us to think about as well. One of the things I'd like to point out with the GIF-CT is I personally don't think it qualifies as a multi-stakeholder initiative because of its governance model and the lack of any sort of formal consultative role. That is not, I am involved in the GIF-CT, so that's not to say that there are not ways for other stakeholders to be involved. But what I think is interesting is that in the beginning, when the GIF-CT was being spun up, they did consultations with civil society, where I think they heard very strongly from many of those that they consulted with that we did not want the GIF-CT to be created because we were concerned about the precedents it would create for coordinating censorship and the removal of content across the internet. And while there may be very valid reasons to want to do that for terrorism, and I'll just remind you that the first viral terrorist video was of a journalist named Jim Foley that really went online in 2014. And I've worked a lot with his family. So that, these are very real concerns. But I think a lot of the concerns we had was once you create the capacity to do something like that, it could be co-opted by governments or private sector and expanded. And I've posted some links in the chat that kind of go through some of those concerns. And we've seen that with the expansion to white nationalism and extremism, which again has its pros and cons. But what's interesting, to go back to the framework, is that civil society attempted to deny validation of the GIF-CT and deny its ability to claim multi-stakeholderism by not joining the International Advisory Committee. So you'll see that the members of the IAC do not include any of the organizations that have been working on the issue of countering violent extremism, going back to the ISIS and Syria and that whole initiative, back in 2014, when the CVE online agenda became very prominent under the Obama administration and the UN initiatives. However, that failed because one of the interesting thing about these multi-stakeholder initiatives is businesses and governments have other fora where they can coordinate, and they are more clearly identified as entities. It's much more clear to determine what is a government or not. That's a pretty given. Easier, maybe a little bit harder in some cases, private sector. Civil society, much more amorphous. As was alluded to, you can't just go to one place to consult with civil society. We don't have other venues where we can necessarily come to agreements among ourselves that are exclusive of other actors. And so I think that's an interesting dynamic as well to think about, because you had other very excellent civil society members, particularly from academia, which is more of it's still part of civil society, but very individualistic in a way that a lot of civil society organizations are not. So that failed. So then what happened is a lot of those of us who were interested in trying to kind of deny access to the norm of multi-stakeholderism saw the GIF-CT is going to happen. It's existing. It's getting set up. So we better figure out how to get involved. So luckily there were the working groups, and now we're all involved in that. And I think it's just an interesting way to see how the power of different stakeholders trying to be exerted in different venues to gain access to that multi-stakeholder normative symbolic power that holds, and that contestation that happens, and what that means then, of course, for the types of work that gets done. We also mentioned the issue of funding and monetary support, and kind of alluded to the challenges and complexity of that, because on the one hand, the funding of civil society participation or participation, say, of smaller companies by other entities or smaller governments that also lack capacity in some cases, to engage in all of these multitude of processes, can lead to concerns about co-optation. On the other hand, these entities that we're talking about here today represent the wealthiest entities in the world, trillion-dollar companies that have now bonded together to create a new organization that, if you look at the budgets of its founding members, is probably more than the budget of the US and China combined, if I was going to guess. Don't quote me on that. But I think that presents interesting dilemmas, because it's great to hear that the GIFCT has recognized that it needs to fund research, and the diversity of the research that's getting funded in this specific case. Nonetheless, the concern, I think, of what research gets funded and who, we've seen that emerge from the tech sector quite significantly in the AI space. I don't want to say, from what Erin has said, we've seen a lot of different types of research being done, but let's also think about the types of multi-stakeholder entities that these different stakeholders spin up and then give these organizational lives to, have implications for the type of research that gets done. What are we going to look at as problems or solutions, and how do we look at that? And another aspect, which is this tension in the internet governance field, especially between multi-stakeholderism as a normative value and as one of the ways that you can gain legitimacy in this space, and the very limited resources that civil society and other stakeholders have to engage in the proliferation of multi-stakeholder initiatives. So what I'm interested to see is, because I kind of feel like we're reaching a little bit of an inflection point, at least in the space of internet governance and content moderation, is what happens when you just don't have the capacity to engage in any other multi-stakeholder initiatives. What does that mean? And what does that do then to the model and the analysis that we're presenting here? So in a nutshell, I would say that is, those are some thoughts on how we apply the analytical framework to internet governance and specifically these initiatives. And I think that this is a very promising way for us to think about some of the principles, therefore, that we need to have at the root of multi-stakeholderism. And I think the next step that we're going to take is, some sort of roadshow to these very initiatives and all others to put together a set of principles that will codify some of these. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. So let's go to the audience and see if they have actually any kind of comments. If not, I'm just going to post some questions. So as I said in the beginning, we are aiming for this session to be the start of a dialogue on what is multi-stakeholder and where we can find it, and so that we can also provide some solutions or principles for those entities that want to start a multi-stakeholder process to refer to, because as we saw in the beginning, a lot of these initiatives, they were surprised that civil society was so riled up about not being included, and they didn't even think that that there's this bunch of groups that have been working on these issues and have an interest at stake. So, and what are the issues? So the principles I think they should address. First of all, where do we use this multi-stakeholder process? Would it be about when matters can actually affect the global internet, and also what are the other broad principles and solutions that governments or corporations or civil society, when they want to like start an initiative and call it multi-stakeholder, they need to consider. And also, like, there is another question about the authority of civil society, which I think we need to pay attention to and kind of like shape our role in the multi-stakeholder model, and request from those who actually start these processes to have a specific role. So I'm just going to open the floor and ask any one of you, if you want to like weigh in on, should we have principles for multi-stakeholder models? How can we encourage those who want to like start such processes to actually use them and implement them? And go ahead, Milton.
Yes, there are thousands of teeming civil society members here clamoring for a voice, and I fought my way to the front. But I did want to say that when we talk about principles of multi-stakeholderism, I wanted to provide, and Jyoti and I with this paper, we wanted to provide a framework for assessing it. And I think it would be a bit of a mistake to make it too normative in the sense that there is one particular model of multi-stakeholder governance that is the right one. It really will depend on the sector, the type of policy decisions that's being made, and the structure of the organizations that are involved. So just the distinction between Facebook, you know, they've got enormous pressure on them to legitimize their content moderation decisions, and they're using this sort of broadening of the authority to a quasi-civil society organization to reduce that pressure in a way that I think is interesting and justifiable. But it would be hard to think of that being a model for any other or all other situations, right? So that's just one bit of warning.
Erin, go ahead.
Oh, okay. I can't, if you nod virtually, I don't know who you're nodding to. Sorry.
No, I unmute.
Oh, okay. It's so hard virtually these days. No, I mean, there's a lot to pick up on there, and we could probably write a few PhDs or books on everything brought up in this discussion. I think for us, recognizing we're this kind of unique NGO now, we have to just go back to what our core purpose is. Our core mission statement is to prevent terrorist and violent extremist exploitation across digital platforms. And so when you look at these different forums, as just mentioned, they have different stakeholders at their core, and then are bringing in other stakeholders in these different capacities to get to a better place. But one thing we have to constantly do is say, okay, if this isn't going to get tech to a better place, that's scope creep. If this goes into other harms areas that really aren't related to terrorism and violent extremism, that's going to be scope creep. And it's really hard to kind of say, all right, well, what's our added value and what can we do? And to Courtney's point, while at the same time, some people said, we don't want this to be an initiative, there were also huge pushes from different bodies to say, we don't want this to be run by Facebook, Microsoft, YouTube, and Twitter. We want an independent body. In fact, other tech companies wanting to join into the space didn't want it run by just a couple big companies. Part of the reason the independence came about was also to allow us to have a bigger tent approach. Also, when you're a 501c3, your finances start becoming very transparent. They are now queryable. That will come out shortly. We're now finishing up our first year as an NGO. So it almost forces areas of transparency that might make some of our founding fathers uncomfortable in the long run, because it will show what money's going where for what a little bit more. So the push and pull, again, it's not to say, well, multi-stakeholderism failed because your perspective wasn't 100%. I think actually what multi-stakeholderism teaches us is that nobody will get 100% of what they want, but at least you're all moving forward with some concerns either at the forefront, implemented, or in some of your long-term development strategy plans. So doing a human rights impact assessment we then had to release a letter saying, okay, what if this is a short-term thing that we can get to? Again, little things that are big things to some people, like our transparency report doubled in size because of the working group, because of the human rights impact assessment. That's not going to get all the data points out there, but it's going to get us on the roadmap to get even better next year, even better next year. And I also think multi-stakeholderism, it always feels a bit like self-harm sometimes, because there is no way that any day everyone on this call is going to wake up and go, you know what, GIFCT, you nailed it. You're done. The way you counter terrorism, we're all happy with it. It's actually constantly holding yourself up to harder homework. It's like, and that is, again, it's a good thing in the long run. It makes it a little hard to force that as part of your process, because authoritarian dictatorships are easier when you're like, actually, we're just going to do it based on this one group and what they like to do. That can get you short-term fast wins, and it eventually will be the downfall of you. So I think, you know, these are the harder forms to come to for myself and maybe some others on the call, because you're kind of being like, okay, where are we still not 100% there? You know, as an NGO, we've been running only a year and a half, and we're trying to put all the building blocks in place to make it more sustainable and make sure some of these fears are at the forefront of our work. But it also is, it's knowing that this is the right thing to do. And it's better to hear the people that disagree with you the most sometimes than putting yourself in your own echo chamber where it feels really comfortable.
Yeah, so this is important to, sometimes initiatives and processes, they think that if they just like open the door to comments and criticism, that is a multi-stakeholder process. And you know, this kind of like listening to comments, but then also like when the implementation doesn't really happen, or when you don't take in feedback systematically, then, and I'm not talking about GIFCT here, I'm saying that like in broader claims that sometimes multilateral organizations have, that, oh yes, we are multi-stakeholder, it's just that you don't have a vote. This kind of like, we need to be able to also, with this framework, to identify those kind of claims, and not to consider everything multi-stakeholder if there are ways to actually weigh in for other stakeholders in the process. Okay, Courtney, you have your hand up. I also see a pushback against principles in chat, like coming up with principles. I actually, I'm neutral about that. I just want to kind of like set the scene for our next steps. What should we do about this? Should we just like have a session and congratulate each other, and or should we work on this draft framework and work on like other issues? Go ahead, Courtney.
Great, thanks so much. Yeah, and I, you know, for me, you know, coming here, this is an academic exercise to come up with I mean, it's an academic exercise, but also a meaningful exercise, with the idea that we can come up with some factors to allow us to also help entities that want to do multi-stakeholder ism better, or to, you know, have new initiatives to understand what does that look like, and how does that look like in different ways, because precisely to the fact that there is not one model, as Milton pointed out, and that the kind of qualitative assessments here and the considerations about power dynamics is not to say that delegitimizes a multi-stakeholder initiative. I think it underscores the challenge of doing multi-stakeholder initiatives in internet governance. I mean, it is not necessary that the companies ever consult with civil society. It is not required that governments that are not democratic consult with civil society. There are different imperatives. And I think it's interesting, nonetheless, that you do have some companies and some governments doing that. So I think, you know, the point of this is to create, in my point of view, an analytical framework that could give rise to a set of principles. And we know that the Santa Clara principles have just been updated and launched, and I'm putting in the chat what is in the Net Mundial statement about multi-stakeholder principle. But personally, I don't think that definition of multi-stakeholder is enough because, again, to the point that we've just spent the past hour going through, what does meaningful and accountable participation actually mean? And that's why I'm really excited by this framework that we put together, because I think it really helps us think through that and then therefore get to the sense, this is a kind of high level principle, but I guess what we're thinking the next steps could be is a more operational set of principles. Thanks.
Thank you. So we have, yes, exactly, the operational principles that we can also give, that they can actually be implemented and improve the processes, and we can actually measure how much the processes have improved. So we have 5 more minutes, and apparently there is a top-down rule that we have to be very punctual. So I'm just gonna, I don't see many comments in chat. If you have any last words on our next steps, our panelists, or in chat, then let's just take a round and talk about the next step and finalize it. Okay, Gia, I'm gonna put you on the spot.
Oh, I mean, honestly, Courtney said everything that I wanted to say. I think that, I guess just my last point, I think that principles like this can help civil society, even if for nothing else, they can help civil society judge whether a process is something that's worth us participating in. Because as I said, I've been involved in every one of these. There are weeks where 40 to 50% of my time is taken up with multi-stakeholder work. Again, particularly with these 3 initiatives. And so I think that we need to have a way of deciding where to allocate our time. And certainly I would look at this as a starting point for assessing that.
Great, thank you. So Ellen, as you're part of the New Zealand government now and working on Christchurch Call, where do you want to see this initiative of ours go? How can it help you?
I mean, I think there's been a lot of really useful food for thought around the different aspects. The thing that's kind of resonating in my mind going forward is, we have these criteria, but the why are we working together in multi-stakeholderism is something I've heard some really different views here, right? So like we think about it, and I think it's important to reflect. Some people do it because it's a normative process, because it gets you kudos. Others see it as something you have to do to battle your enemies, in a way that, better now than later, and them sneaking up on you. But I think that, my experience with the Christchurch Call early on, and what I hope for its future, is actually about a better outcome on the work. That the people who got involved because they were experts, because they cared about the topic and the impact it would have. And they really believed that a better outcome would be brought through, engagement of the different views. And that's why I brought up that term influence, to actually understand each other's perspectives and come out with a way forward that is a better way forward. And it isn't trying to win and get your way. It's trying to understand others' perspectives and find a better way forward to deal with what you have in front of you, which is a complex, internet and complex problem. So that's my hope. And it's something I've seen in action amongst some of the people that are here now. Yeah.
Great, thank you. And Erin, well, 1 minute, we have 1.
I feel like I interjected more than others because once we get started, it's hard to shut me up. So I'll keep it brief. I just think, again, I think multi-stakeholderism, when you bring other people to the table, it has to be output and impact oriented. We've tried to do that. I think it can always get better. And I think to Dia's point, we've also tried in this evolving space to make sure that when people participate, one, if they miss a session of something, they're not penalized for it because people are on different time zones. I can tell you having working groups with 35 country participants is like a five-dimensional Rubik's Cube. And we're switching back and forth between times to make sure nobody feels overly burdened at least half the time. But also implementing ways that people can communicate that aren't forcing them to be in time and space meetings. So trying to put in things like joint notes where people can follow up and see from last time's notes if they missed it, or Slack channels. There's no perfect way, but we're trying to put in just sideways ways of communicating and working together that don't force time zone compliance or physical time in your day. And I think that's a work in process. And there's some things being developed in the last 2 years that help with that. But that's the best way so that, again, that time burden, especially on CSOs, how can we alleviate that? And I think that's where more guidance will be needed in the future as well, to make sure it's not physically demanding, especially if you're involved in more than one initiative.
Great, thank you. So from what I can see from the discussion, we need to, it seems like we've been talking about multi-stakeholder principle for a long time. We need to like pass that and go to the operational principles and come up with like something more concrete and implementable. So we are going to publish the draft framework soon, and we will distribute it, and you can comment on it. And Milton, any last words?
I would just say that I liked Ellen's question about why are we doing this? Why are we concerned about multi-stakeholderism at all? And I think the key answer to that is that, you know, when we had the internet kind of grow unexpectedly, we created a non-jurisdictional space. And we've been struggling with the problem of global versus global governance, because many democracies have, you know, multi-stakeholder processes or representational processes for doing government. But the problem is the internet is not bounded by these national borders. So one of the key rationales for multi-stakeholderism in internet governance is the fact that you can be transnational. People can be represented not by their government as if they're everybody in a 80 million person society has the same view, but they can represent themselves, and they can have, in effect, new forms of institutions that can engage in self-governance, or as I like to put it, popular sovereignty.
Great. We are violating the top-down rule of ending this punctually. I want to thank the panelists and also the participants. And thank you so much. And you will hear from us soon with the framework. And thank you again.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Workshop. The theme of our workshop is a meaningful standard for necessary scope of PI protection. This event is hosted by CSAC together with China Internet Development Foundation, China Federation of Internet Societies, Fuxi Institution, and China Lives. And I'm the host today. The COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated digital transformation and heightened the urgency for governments to tackle with this process. How to strengthen the protection of personal information and regulate its governance, and how to make a proper use of digital data for global benefits, are major challenges facing us all. Against this backdrop, it is a great pleasure to invite renowned experts in this field to discuss how to establish a basic governance framework for the collection and the processing of personal information and other data, and to showcase the best practice of different countries and regions, thus facilitating the establishment of international universal standards for the collection of PI. Now, I suggest our guest speaker say hi to everybody because we are online and offline, and maybe wave your hand, okay? Let's shake hands, all right. Thank you. Let's start our workshop. Due to the limited time, every speaker, please make sure your speech is delivered within 7 minutes so that all our guest speakers have enough time to share their opinions. Thank you. Today, we're honored to have Mr. Xu Feng here with us. He is the Deputy Director General of the International Cooperation Bureau, Cyberspace Administration of China. Let's applaud to welcome Ms. Xu to address.
Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good evening, and good night. It's an honor for me to be invited to this workshop. On behalf of the International Cooperation Bureau of the Cyberspace Administration of China, I would like to express our warm welcome to the participants and congratulations on this event. Now I will deliver my speech in Chinese.
Currently, the COVID-19 is still affecting the world. The international travel had not come back to before. Based on the last year's IGF, which was hosted completely online, this year we're joining this online and offline forces, showcasing the importance of the internet in the international communication. Right now, it is already evening time in Beijing. For both offline and online, we still have so many people joining this event, which showcased everyone's focus on IGF as a platform and your attention to the issue of PI protection. For China, this year is an important one that bears fruit for data governance and data security. Since this year, we've issued several regulations, including the law on data security, as well as the PI protection law. We've also came out with different regulations on vehicle data security, as well as different regulations on internet security, data protection, etc. So in the process of setting up those regulations and laws, China had maintained an open attitude. We've learned the experiences from EU's GDPR, and under this bilateral and multilateral collaboration framework, we had several rounds of discussions on the data flow across different borders. And we are setting up regulations and open to the public to solicit their opinions for both domestically and internationally, so that our channel can always be open. China had already set up the fundamental framework for data security governance. In this way, the confidence and trust of the public has been increasing. We've also noticed that the international community are bearing fruits in terms of data governance. All of this showcased that everyone is faced with challenges and issues, and we have a need as well as a foundation to seek common ground and to seek common solutions. When President Xi was attending the G20 summit, he pointed out that we can set up digital governance international regulations respecting everyone's interest and willingness, and establish a fair and just as well as open digital development environment. China has always put a strong focus on the digital governance international collaboration, and we've put forth such initiative to promote the innovation and development of digital economy and to enhance PI protection as well as data security. China has already applied to join CPTPP as well as the Digital Economy Partnership, DEPA, which showcased our resolution as well as commitment to achieve win-win and the international communication collaboration. IGF is a very important internet governance platform under the UN framework. Today, we're discussing the PI protection, which is very meaningful and right to time. This is timely discussion, and we can play a positive role here. And we are willing and open to discuss this with you. And we hope that we can have strengthened collaboration in this regard. CAC will continue to work with different parties domestically and abroad to continue our discussion. At last, I wish this seminar a great success. Thank you.
Thank you for your inspiring address, Mr. Xu. Thanks. Now I will make a keynote speech on behalf of CICC, distinguished guests online and offline. On behalf of Cybersecurity Association of China, I would like to express gratitude to the Secretariat of the United Nations Internet Governance Forum for providing such an exchange platform for us. Focusing on the theme of this workshop, I want to share some of my insights from the following three aspects. Reflecting on the current situation of personal information protection in China, reviewing existing rules and the practice of AI applications, and exploring the establishment of personal information protection, AI rules and mechanisms that are collaborative, trustworthy, and international community-oriented. First, let's reflect on the current situation of PI protection in China. By June this year, the number of China's netizens has reached 1 billion, with the internet penetration rate reached 71.6%. The total number of the website is 4 million and that of mobile application is 3 million. Various applications are flourishing, fostering new business model and influencing almost all industry. In this way, applications have become a major force in the development of digital economy. However, some applications are collecting users' personal information beyond the proper scope, infringing on users' rights. Some applications ask for personal information authorization through the building of functional services. Even concerning users' access to basic application foundational services if they refuse authorizations, which is a disguised false claim. This has become a program to be through. In addition, the leakage of personal information is serious. According to statistics, among the internet users who has ever encountered cybersecurity program, the proportion of this suffering personal information leakage is the highest at 23%. The Chinese government has attached great importance to data security and PI protection. Concerning legislation on PI protection, China is a later stater, but a smarter user. Over this year, the country has been committed to enhance data security and PI protection and has scored significant progress. A series of laws and regulations have been issued in this regard, including the decision of safeguarding Internet Society issued in 2000, which is the first legislation on personal information protection. The decision on stringing the protection of network information in 2012, provisions on the protection of PI of telecommunication and the internet user in 2013, cybersecurity laws in 2017, as well as the Civil Code, data security law, personal information protection law, the provisions of scope of necessary personal information required for common types of mobile internet applications, and the regulations on protecting the security of critical information infrastructure this year. And other draft regulations are under deliberation. All of these laws and regulations have put forward clear requirements for personal information protection from different levels, improving the legislative system and framework for personal information protection. At the same time, we have launched a publicity campaign of data security and PI protection. Every year, we hold PI Protection Day during the National Cybersecurity Publicity Week, hold an open forum on the theme of data governance and personal information protection during the Wuzhen Summit WIC. All this effort aims to encourage and motivate the general public to promote data security and PI protection so that our people's immediate interest can be preserved. Thanks to this joint effort for all the parties, the awareness, regulation, and governance of PI protection have been steadily improved. Moreover, we have enhanced exchange and cooperation with the international community to improve the data governance and the PI infringement, steering to create a safe, reliable data ecosystem. As China's first civil society in the field of the cybersecurity, CSAC have been actively engaged in the process of PI protection. We have undertaken the work of handling compliance, and reporting on improper. In legal practice of applications, this is a meaningful task. A lot of support has been provided for citizens to better protect their personal information when using applications. Besides, we have also organized the drafting of industrial level self-regulation convention, calling on our member units and the industrial peers to jointly enhance personal information protection awareness and capability building. Secondly, let's review the existing rules and participate of AI application. At present, AI has been integrated with 5G, cloud computing, big data, and other digital technologies, becoming a new form of infrastructure to empower all walks of life. Amid the pandemic, AI has once again spoke for itself. However, the application of AI have reignited concern about privacy, data protection, and undue use of data. As more and more personal information is being collected, processed, stored, or used in all possible forms, smart terminal enabled by AI, and the AI revolution from weak AI to strong AI require massive data support, which increases the risk of personal information explored and data misuse. Since there are uncertainty in AI technology itself, the rulemaking regarding AI applications required continuously exploration and research by all stakeholders. China is highly committed to the development and application of AI and its governance. For example, in 2018, China's National Standardization Committee issued the white paper on AI standardization. In 2019, the New Generation Artificial Intelligence Governance Expert Committee issued the Principle of New Generation of AI, Developing Responsibility AI. In 2020, Cyberspace Administration of China and 4 other government departments jointly issued the Guide to the Building of National Standard Framework for New Generation Artificial Intelligence. In 2021, the New Generation AI Government Expert Committee released the New Generation Artificial Intelligence Code of Ethics. Recently, the recommendation of the ethics of the AI has been adopted by UNESCO's General Conference at its 41st session. The recommendation is the first global regulatory framework on AI, enduring countries within the responsibility to apply it in corresponding fields. Its length has filled in the gap in global framework our guidelines on AI. CSAC has been actively involved in the field of AI governance, exploring the healthy path of AI development. In last year, with the guidance and the support of the CSA, we initiated the establishment of the AI Security Innovation Platform and the Intelligent Network Security Research Center. In addition, we have been drafting a group-level standard or guideline for AI security, cooperating with the universities, research institutions, companies, and other stakeholders. We are trying to make the best of our resources to explore innovative practice of AI governance and development. In the end, I would like to give some advice, that is to establish a set of personal information protection, AI rules and mechanisms that are collaborative, trustworthy, and international community oriented. Amid the pandemic and in the post-pandemic era, it is a must to establish the global recognized rule, our framework on personal information protection and AI application to enhance capability building. In achieving this goal, CSAC is willing to join hands with all stakeholders, motivate and organize our member companies to provide products, services, technologies, and talent support for building a safer cyberspace and better protecting people's personal information. It is recommended that the United Nations establish human-centered global universal rules and a framework for PI protection and AI. In this process, it is hoped that the UN IGF will play a great role in guiding more stakeholders to engage and jointly improve the establishment of a site of collaborative, trustworthy, and international community-oriented personal information protection, AI rules and mechanisms. In this way, mankind can hopefully embrace a healthy, sustainable AI future. So that's all for my speech. Thank you. Thank you all. Now, let's welcome Dr. Jovan Kovalaloja, Executive Director of Diplo Foundation, Head of Geneva Internet Platform, Executive Director of the Secretariat of the High-Level Panel of Digital Cooperation of UN, to deliver a speech. Professor, please.
Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me well. I'm really honored and pleased to address the workshop and also to hear the updates on developments in China on the question of privacy information, or what is called also data protection. And there are different terminologies that we probably in the progress of international cooperation and activities, we will have to harmonize also terminology that we use to, that we have a full awareness that we discuss similar or the same things. It is really important to hear about major developments that are happening in China, including Data Privacy Protection Act that you established, and the various linkages which you highlighted, especially towards artificial intelligence and cybersecurity. And my intervention will be basically focusing on the questions, on the main tendencies that are happening in Geneva, where I'm connecting from, and internationally when it comes to this issue. First major tendency is a shift towards something that can be called a digital self-determination or a data self-determination, which is aimed at putting data in the hands and control of citizens. There is a Swiss Digital Self-Determination Initiative, and there are other initiatives in Finland and other countries aimed basically that citizens have a full control of their data, and that it is a precondition for economic activities, for enjoyment of human rights, and for human dignity and core values that internet should promote and protect. Therefore, this is the first point which is quite important. Therefore, moving data towards citizens from the big, especially tech platforms that exist all over the world. And that's empowering citizens and then empowering also local communities, and bottom-up building some new data infrastructure which would ensure human-centered approach with full respect for human dignity, cultural and local diversities, which is very important. Internet is integrated system, but impact of the internet is very often local, depending on cultural and other specificities in communities worldwide. This is the first point that I wanted to highlight as a general tendency. The second point related to data is a question of interoperability. Or let me give you a very practical example. With mobile telephony, you can switch between operators by keeping your phone number and basically exploring what is the best option on the market. When it comes to the social media platforms all over the world, you cannot do that. You may get your data, but you cannot go now, let me take a few examples, from Facebook to Telegraph or Signal or whatever platform. I'm not very familiar with the Chinese platforms, WeChat and the others, but you may download your data from, let's say, Facebook, but you cannot bring your data and your network, what is extremely important, and then go for the best option on the market. Therefore, the question of interoperability and possibility to choose optimal platform is the second, I would say, big issue. It's related to self-determination to some extent. And sooner or later, it will come on the national agendas and the global agendas for various reasons. One is protection of the market, digital market. The other is protection of individual right to make a choice. And the third one is to protect the vibrancy of the overall social and economic system in the country. Therefore, this is the second point. And it's a very simple question. Can we do in social networks what we can do in mobile telephony? That's bottom line. The third point, which is emerging, and you alluded in your introduction, and the head of international relations from the Cybersecurity Authority, as well as question of artificial intelligence. Because data is important part, or the private information, but what it really matters is the question of the wisdom and the patterns detected from the data. And on that point, we heard that UNESCO has moved with the recommendations on the ethics and AI, and we can expect more and more activities. Ultimately, here the point is how we are going to preserve cultural heritage of societies worldwide, from China, Europe, United States, Africa, and Latin America, which is increasingly codified through algorithms and the data. Patterns in the way how we learn, how we interact. And ultimately, one question which will come sooner or later on the agenda, and UN Secretary General already highlighted this question, is the question, what are we going to leave to the future generation? In his report, Our Common Agenda, he called countries, societies worldwide to start negotiating what he called social contracts. It won't be social contracts signed on the dotted line, but it will be understanding what we expect as a society from digital technology, and in particular artificial intelligence. What will be our role as humans? Are we going to keep the let's say, central role in society, as we have been doing through last 20 centuries, 25, in different traditions, from Confucius, Taoism to Christianity, Islam, but human has been in the center of developments. Is it going to continue? This is really open question with special universal artificial intelligence. Second point is, would we be able to preserve our core values and dignity in these developments? And third point is what we are going to pass to the next generation in terms of nature, and obviously there are discussions on environment, but also in terms of culture. How the next generation will get access to great thinkers from Chinese history, from Confucius to Lao Tzu and others. What about Aristotle in European tradition? This question will be coming more and more on the agenda as artificial intelligence is moving forward. Therefore, in brief, I wanted to make these 3 points: the question of digital self-determination and empowering citizens through regulations, through business practices, to have a hold of their data. First point. Second point, ensuring interoperability, that a market and creativity in the societies worldwide can flourish. And here the metaphor is the simple shift from one mobile operator to the other, how we can do it, I'm sorry, with the social networks. Can we replicate that? And third point is how to ensure regulation of artificial intelligence, not only for our current generation, you in the room, us, people who are following us, but even more, how we can ensure it for the future generation. How we are going to pass to them what we got from our predecessors in terms of culture, education, and overall cultural heritage of each society worldwide, but also common heritage that we have as humanity. Those issues are not certain, and we have to sometimes make precautionary moves to ensure that we as a generation deliver to the next generation what we got from the previous one. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kovalija. We know that you provide greater contribution on internet governance theories research, especially on the capacity building framework design. Just now you gave us a very insightful speech. Thank you very much. So now let's welcome Dr. Luca Bailey, Professor of Internet Governance and Regulations at Foundation Galileo Vargas Law School to give a speech. Luca, are you here?
Good morning to everyone, and thank you very much for the kind invitation to join this really excellent debate. Can you confirm you can hear me well? Yes. I'm just going to share a quick presentation, and I think it's very good to have scheduled my presentation right after Jovan's presentation, because I'm going really to, I promise we have not synced our notes, but my presentation will really be compatible with what Jovan just said, and actually will allow to dig a little bit deeper in these details, and from both from the Brazilian and from the BRICS perspective. So I'm going to share 1 second my presentation. Please let me know if you are saying it, if you're seeing it.
Yeah.
Yes, excellent. So first of all, just a couple of introductory elements. As you were mentioning, I work at FGV, which is one of the main Brazilian academic institutions. It's also a think tank, and it is now considered the third most influential think tank in the world.
Please use a full screen.
Yes, it is in full screen in this moment. Can you?
Okay, host, please transfer to full screen.
Can you see it in full screen now? You can see it in full screen on my screen. Can you confirm on your hand it is in full screen?
Yeah.
Yeah, wonderful. So my presentation will be about 3 main points. First, the process, analyzing the Brazilian experience, the process that allowed to reach a very modern framework, at least on paper, in Brazil. What is the substance of this framework? And then how does this compare with other frameworks in the BRICS grouping that you know is quite relevant for me and for my work. So when we speak about BRICS, we speak about Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, a very special grouping on which I developed some work over the past years. And so at FGV, I'm the director of the Center for Technology and Society, which is the first center that has been created to discuss the impact of technology on society in Brazil 20 years ago almost. And over the past years, I've been directing this project called Cyber BRICS, which analyzes digital policies in the BRICS. And it's particularly interesting for me today to share some of the findings of our analysis. And especially I will start with the Brazilian data protection law called the LGPD, from its Brazilian acronym, Lei Geral de Proteção de Dados, And so the first point I want to stress is that having a general data protection law, it's very useful because it has an harmonizing effect, streamlining and unifying data protection principles, rights, obligation, and oversight mechanism. And so before LGPD, so before our general data protection law, like the people that has been adopted in China recently, we had a very fragmented scenario in Brazil with regard to data protection. There were already more than 40 different laws, sectorial laws that sometimes were even contradictory. The LGPD, that is largely based on existing frameworks, especially European frameworks, brings in this harmonizing effect with a unique general law. The process to achieve this framework has not been very quick. It took more than 10 years to achieve a very modern framework. So as you see here, these are the main steps you can find. First, an initial consultation already 11 years ago in 2010 that started together with another consultation that then attracted much more attention, the one on the Marco Civil da Internet, the Brazilian digital rights framework that was launched by my center CTS FGV together with the Brazilian Ministry of Justice and the CGI, and then attracted much more attention. And then the result of this other consultation about the Marco Civil was the approval of this law after the Snowden revelations in 2014 that provided a concrete push, a concrete political push for the approval of the law. Then after the approval of this law, a second consultation on a data protection bill was launched in 2015. And then again, some external pressure, external events, the Facebook Cambridge Analytica scandal and the adoption of GDPR in Europe led to the political push at the internal level to approve this new bill that became our LGPD. Also, another very important element of political pressure was the intention of Brazil to accede the OECD, where having integrated the recommendation on the privacy and transnational data flows is an interesting element to being considered as suitable to be a member of OECD. Then starting from 2020, the law LGPD starts to enter in force partially and fully enters in force in 2021 in August. So now the law is fully in force. Also a new authority has been created. And importantly, very importantly, only a couple of months ago, the Brazilian Congress created a new fundamental right to data protection enshrined in the Brazilian Constitution in Article 5. So now we have a very similar approach to the European model, if you want, at least on paper, and we will see why this is not only really what corresponds to the reality. So if you want to read the law, we have translated it in English. You can find it on cyberbridge.info or using this mini URL that you see here. And the law has a very didactic structure that you see here. So in many of such elements, however, still need to be specified. So it's very important. That is the second point I want to stress. It is very good to have a law because it has an harmonizing effect, but then the law has to be specified because frequently elements of the law are vague and need specification. So you need a very good regulator that can do this specifying and implementation work, and you need a lot of further additional work to implement and to specify the law. So a new authority has been created, and the authority is tasked to oversee the implementation of the law and to specify many of these elements. You see here the fundamental principles that are listed in Article 6 of the law that are common to many of the other most recent frameworks around the world. Importantly, and here is a point that I want to stress because Jovan mentioned it before, it's not mentioned here, but in Article 2 of the law, one of the founding elements of the law is the principle of informational self-determination, which is basically pretty much the forefather of what Jovan was mentioning, digital self-determination. So informational self-determination is a very well-known principle in data protection law established by the German Federal Court as a fundamental right in 1983 with the census case, and has been integrated by the Brazilian legislator as a founding principle of the Brazilian framework as well. If we check also what are the rights that are granted to all data subjects at the Brazilian level, they are also very common to the last generation of data protection laws, including some very recent rights like the right to data portability, to data anonymization, and oversight, and review, of the automated decisions. So these, again, two very important points. The right to data portability is what Jovan was mentioning before about interoperability, is de facto implemented legally by the right to data portability. So to export your data and import them into another service, which is something quite widespread in recent data protection framework like GDPR in Article 20 or LGPD in Article 18, or even the the General Data Protection Law of China. So it's something that is at least on paper integrated by recent frameworks, but de facto in practice needs interoperability standards to be something that can be fully enjoyed by the user, which is something not existing yet, at least generally adopted at the international level. The authority that will help us enjoy this right is the ANPD, the new data protection regulator of Brazil, that has been created exactly 1 year ago, and that will also have the possibility to define these technical standards at the Brazilian level, together with a large number of other very urgent tasks. And let me share here with you the agenda that has been published by the ANPD in January this year. You see what they plan to start, not to have finished. 2021 and 2022 is already a lot, but if you check, for instance, data portability standards, which is something they could do according to Article 40 of the law, is not even in the agenda. So it's something that maybe will happen after 2022 as the beginning of this work. So there are a lot of very key elements to implement the law that still are completely not specified by the regulator. And the result of this is that there is a huge discrepancy between what the law says and what happens in reality. And that the recent data leakages that we have witnessed almost on a weekly basis in January, the personal data of the entire Brazilian population were available on the darknet, we discovered. This witnessed that there is a huge discrepancy between the theory, what the law says, and the reality. And also, let's think another further element that I want to share with you in terms of really practical thinking and pragmatic thinking. The ANPD, our Brazilian data protection regulator, has a staff of 36 people, 36, which makes it very, very challenging to oversee in an efficient and effective way data protection in a country of 210 million individuals, where data protection is really a quite new issue. Now, how this compares with the BRICS countries that are a grouping that I really enjoy analyzing? Well, you see here our comparative tools for data protection regulations in the BRICS countries that you can find freely on cyberbricks.info, where we compare all the main elements of the data protection frameworks of the BRICS countries. And if you want to actually to have a more complete picture, you can also find on cyberbricks.info our book that we launched this year on cyberbricks, cybersecurity regulations in the BRICS, where we analyze 5 key dimensions of cybersecurity in the BRICS: data protection, consumer protection, cybercrime, preservation of public order online, and cyber defense. So these and a lot of other publications, all free and freely available online, are available on cyberbricks.info. And so what our finding demonstrate? Our finding demonstrates there is an increasing convergence on data protection at the BRICS level. This convergence is mainly evident on these key elements that you see here. So a shared principle basis in all countries, remarkably similar individual rights, remarkably comparable sets of obligation, and also a very strong attention to international data transfers that are only possible, as Europe foresees in its framework, only when the third country or the third party processing data has adequate level, so substantially similar level of protection authorized by the national authorities. So this has led me to pen this paper on data protection in the BRICS countries enhanced cooperation and convergence towards legal interoperability. And here again, I join what Jovan was saying. This is something I've published for the Chinese Academy of Cyberspace Studies last year as a contribution to the World Internet Conference. It's freely available again on the CyberBRICS website. There is also a Chinese version available if you want. And here my last point, with which I would like to conclude, is that this key point of preserving data privacy and also using it as a fundamental dimension of the security of ICTs is something that has been consistently stressed by the BRICS leaders over the past 8 years at least, and became even more prominent at the last BRICS meeting. I just published an essay and an article about this, so about the convergence in data protection and cybersecurity at the BRICS level. And what is very interesting that you see here, and that will be my last point, that the BRICS leaders finally crossed the Rubicon and mentioned explicitly the need to enhance cooperation to the adoption of BRICS legal frameworks on cybersecurity to enhance this cooperation and this harmonization also at the intra-BRICS level, at the pentalateral level, as they used to say. So I hope this was useful, and I'm really available to any kind of questions and observations you might have. All the material I've shared is freely available online, and I will be more than happy to share it with you and to all the participants after this conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your speech, Professor Luca Bailey. So now let's welcome Professor Xiaodong Li, founder and CEO of Fuxi Institution, Director of Center for Internet Governance of Tsinghua University, to deliver a speech. Xiaodong, please.
Thank you. Distinguished guests and friends, even online or offline. And it's a good morning or good afternoon or good evening, depends on your time zone. This is Xiaodong Li. It's my great honor to meet you at the 16th annual meeting of the Internet Governance Forum. IGF is a global platform under the framework of the United Nations, which is dedicated to discuss the internet governance issues. Against the backdrop of a lack of unified data governance rules across the globe, it's necessary to have such an constructive discussion. Fuxi Institution is an international and independent think tank and research institute. We try to promote economic and social digital transformation and development. Data governance has always been our focus and research area. Today, I would like to share with you some of my observations and thoughts. First, data security and personal information protection have received considerable attention, which are closely related to the development of digital economy in all countries, in all economies. And one of its final goals should be promoting the healthy development of digital economy. The digital economy has become an important engine for economic growth, especially when the real economy has been affected by the pandemic. Statistics shows that the digital economy has accounted for more than 16% of the GDP in developed countries. For example, Germany, UK, and United States. And especially China was close to 40%. I think it's a very big achievement after the more than half century development of the internet itself. While enjoying the benefit of data, we have indeed encountered some problems, such as data leakage, excessive collection of personal information, and data abuse, which have dented public trust in the digital age. Therefore, major countries have strengthened legislation and supervision on data security. The requirements have been placed on data collection, storage, utilization, and sharing. However, as data is one of the key factors of production in the digital economy, is necessary to ensure its security, as well as the free flow and effective use of data. Security should serve to promote development, which is a basic precondition. Second, as the major countries and regions carry out data governance practice based on their national conditions and have different priorities, they should fully communicate and learn from each other on the basis of mutual respect and understanding. Since countries and regions start the process of digitalization at different times, they are in different stage of the digital economy and social development, and have different level of data governance capabilities. Meanwhile, they have different cultural backgrounds and social cognition. So the method, focus, and the level of data governance practice will be different. For example, the GDPR focuses on strengthening individuals' control over their data, while at the same time trying to creating a unified digital market to facilitate the free flow of data within the EU. The United States, however, has been focusing on industrial interests. Comprehensive legislation on data protection is mainly promoted by different states, and its cross-border data flow, the data flow rules and the framework of APEC are relatively relaxed. China's legislation on data has entered into a peak period. It not only established a comprehensive security framework legally, but also formally established data as a factor of production. Data governance is a new topic for the whole world, and we cannot judge which one is better or which one is worse. The excellent experience of all economies, all countries is worth studying or learning. Third, the sustainable development of the digital economy calls for unified global data governance rules. We can learn from the multi-stakeholder model of internet governance to build an international exchange and cooperation mechanism to explore rough consensus on data governance. Data, as a strategic resource, is attracting attention from all countries, all economies. The number of countries and regions implementing data localization storage is increasing. And the threshold of cross-border data transformation is also on the rise, which will weaken the development of the digital economy in the long run. Cross-border data flow contributed to the 10% of the global economy growth between 2009 to 2018, according to the research. The restriction on data will lead to lower total trade output, lower productivities, and higher downstream price. Data needs to flow to maximize its value. To deal with the fragmentation and the current trend of data rules, we need to strengthen the international exchange and cooperation of data governance, establish routine communication and cooperation mechanisms, seek solutions to regulation difference of all countries, find the greatest common divisor, and advance the establishment of unified data management rules that conform to the requirement of most countries. Due to the data itself, the stakeholders may be generated in each link of its life cycle. Therefore, we believe the multi-stakeholder model of internet governance can be used for reference in rulemaking in order to fully utilize the role of multi-stakeholders. It's only in this way, I suppose, we'll come up with meaningful rules that do make sense. Many institutions and organizations, both in China and abroad, recently expressed their confusion and concern over current data governance. in communication with our organization. We also wish to strengthen the international exchanges and cooperation about the digital economy and data management with our institute. We will unite the related institutions and actively promote the work from the perspective as an independent research institute. Today's workshop is attended by experts from China and scholars from Europe and Brazil, as well as online participants from other countries and regions. I sincerely welcome you to join our work and make suggestions. We can together make contributions to the development of global digital economy and the exploration of data governance rules. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Li. Now let's welcome Mr. Shen Qiang, Director of China Internet Development Foundation, President of Xiamen Meiya Peiko Information Co. Limited.
Thank you so much. And I will deliver my speech in Chinese as below.
Distinguished delegates, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. I am from Meiya Peiko Information Company, and I am very pleased to be invited to attend today's forum. My topic is to strike a balance between the AI development and the digital safety. In recent years, AI technology as the strategic technology leading up to the future has become an important engine in digitalization, IT application, and the smart technology application. As the skyrocketing of the data amount and also the improvement of calculation capacity as well as the application of deep learning, the AI technology has been largely promoted. But at the same time, it has brought about some brand new challenge. In the application of the scenarios, the AI technology, because of its technology nature and the society nature, as well as the dependence on data, and the wide use, a series of data safety risks, including the over collection of personal data and the leakage of privacy, has been posed. For example, the deep digging of data may lead to abuse of data resources, and the AI technology may be used to deeply counterfeiting data and impact on the decision-making system. President Xi Jinping has emphasized that we need to analyze and prevent the potential risks posed by the development of AI to safeguard people's rights and national safety, and to ensure that the artificial intelligence can be safe, reliable, and controllable. The whole world has enhanced the forward-looking researches and precaution against the safety risks. I think we need to strengthen the following three aspects of work. First, we should strengthen the safety protection of AI product and system data. We need to be issue-oriented and analyze the trend of technology and industrial development. We need to strengthen the R&D of AI data safety technology and build a dynamic AI R&D application assessment mechanism, centering on the complication, risk, uncertainty, explainability, and potential economic impacts. We need to develop some systematic assessment and testing method and the parameter system so as to promote the safety certification of AI and assess the safety of AI product and system. And second, we need to establish a sound, open, and transparent AI technology data safety and monitoring system. We need to strengthen the research and assessment on the impact of AI on national safety and data protection. We need to improve a full and comprehensive safety protection system. And we need to have the whole process supervision over the design of AI algorithm, development of products, and the application of outcomes. Third, we need to establish an ethical rules of the global AI technology. We need to strengthen international exchanges and dialogues and jointly make the AI ethical rules and frameworks. We need to strengthen the whole process legislation, so that we can avoid any ethnicity issues as possible, and to establish the laws and regulations across different steps, including the collection, storage, and usage of AI-related data. And we also need to avoid data abuse, biases, and infringement of personal privacy. We need to deepen the research of the issues of AI ethics, so that we can provide this correct guidance in the society, build a positive development environment to strengthen the laws and regulation trainings for researchers, as well as step up the penalty level on the acts like data abuse, infringement of individual privacy, and obeying ethics, so that we can develop this industry regulation related to the different technology and standard to ensure the safety and development of AI. Thank you so much.
Let's welcome Ms. Monica Wang, Senior Researcher of Xi'an Jiaotong University Suzhou Information Security Law Institute, to give a speech. Only, please.
Good morning and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Monica Wang from Xi'an Jiaotong University. Sorry, we can't share the screen. Hello, please give the floor to the speaker now. Thank you.
Can the moderator to share the screen? The speaker need the presentation file. Yeah.
Wow, that's great. So it's my honor being here to share some of my opinions about protecting privacy in an AI-driven world. So with the rapid development of the internet, the importance of privacy protection is increasingly recognized. More and more countries and organizations have put in place laws and regulations to protect the privacy. After hundreds of laws, such as California Online Privacy Protection Act, Children's Online Privacy Protection Rule, US is considering a single principal data protection legislation with Control Our Data Act. And EU has GDPR. China introduced a personal information protection law this year. In 1990, UN provided 10 principles concerning the minimum guarantees to give country guidance when they need to regulate the computerized personal data. And today, we need to rethink the privacy protection legislation, since AI is impacting our society, our life, and our economy. The current threats from AI have been discussed a lot, including over collection of personal data, how to handle sensitive data, and how to ensure the data security. But AI itself also an attack surface. Model inversion, data poisoning, and adversarial sample pose a great risk to AI. The new threat acts with precision to destroy the AI security, integrity, and privacy. Since AI is a complicated system, even without any malicious attack, the unanticipated security concerning still exists. We also need to foresee the future threat we will rely upon AI, while AI-centric decision-making replace human-centric decision-making. What should we do when we're facing the chaos of machine-to-machine escalation? To protect privacy in an AI-driven world, maybe we need to do more. Here's below my suggestions. First, in the technical area, we need to develop advanced protection technology, establish the risk assessment mechanism, share best practice on model governance, and cooperate on emergency response. And in the model governance area, ethics of AI is the core. Data, algorithm, and performance, all of them should be taken and considered. Government, public, and private sectors, more and more stakeholders should do contribution. Meanwhile, interdisciplinary and intercultural cooperation is necessary. Technology specialists, sociologists, and children psychologists, different roles should be involved. And finally, about the laws and regulations. National laws and regulations should be respected, and countries need to cooperate to set up international legal framework to guide privacy protecting while accelerating the AI progress. That's all of my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wang. Now let's welcome Ms. Zhao Hui, Secretary General of China Federation of Internet Society, to give a speech to us.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and good morning. First of all, on behalf of one of the organizers, China Federation of Internet Societies, here after CFIS, I'd like to thank you for your participation in this workshop. I'm very pleased to have this opportunity to discuss with you the scope and standards of the collection and processing of personal information, as well as the relevant rules and practices concerning the application of AI in different countries. Nowadays, the internet and related technologies are facing revolutionary transform. Information gathering and processing technologies based on big data, AI, and algorithms have become an important variable in building systems and capacity for social governance, effectively conducting commercial and other social activities, and advancing the self-construction of individuals in cyberspace. Therefore, it is both obligated and necessary for worldwide governments, companies, NGOs, and the technology communities to keep perfecting rules and practices regarding application of AI from technological advances, individual rights, privacy protection, and the morality and ethics perspective. To better respond to the common concerns for all countries over data and the privacy protection, we believe the following principles must be followed. when determining the essential scope, technical and legal standards of gathering and processing personal information. First, we must always adhere to the principle that the pursuit of technological advances and application should take individuals' dignity as a prerequisite. And we must not let technological progress and commercial interests undermine, misuse, or even infringe individuals' fundamental rights and freedom in cyberspace, especially data privacy rights. Along with other internet civil societies in China, CFIS will actively cooperate with the Chinese government to strengthen the publicity of laws and regulations, such as the Personal Information Protection Law. Since collecting and using personal data are inevitable, CFIS will advocate and promote the internet companies and related professionals to protect personal information, maintain authority and the social impact of their own and the industry, and establish a system for overseeing personal privacy protection. Secondly, to establish the necessary scope and the relevant standards of personal information collection and the processing for the AI application use. We must build a fairer and more equitable global system for internet governance, stick to multilateral participation, and give full play to the role of governments, international organizations, the internet companies, technology communities, NGOs, and individuals. CFIS will giving full play to its advantages and roles as an NGO, actively advocate internet civil organizations of various levels and internet companies to uphold the principle of sovereignty, insist on dealing with issues over the internet governance under the UN mechanisms, especially those over personal data and the privacy protection, and stand firmly opposed to hegemony in whatever form. Third, to establish the necessary scope and the relevant standards of personal information collection and processing for the AI application use. We must seek to balance rights and obligation and set a more transparent relationship mode between the internet platforms and the users. And government supervision is also needed to prevent commercial force from making profit continuously by taking advantages of their own inherent advantages in capital, technology, and monopoly due to data accumulation and sacrificing the privacy of ordinary users. As an important link between the government and the internet industry and the netizens, CFIS will continue to support internet civil organizations and companies to establish and improve codes and of practice of the industry and the self-discipline mechanisms for personal information protection. Moreover, CFIS will constantly strengthen the construction of self-discipline in the internet industry. While facilitating individuals' life, the internet also puts individuals at risk of personal information being collected, leaked, and used by criminal activities. I hope we can reach a consensus and guidelines in this workshop, which will guarantee that we can enjoy the convenience brought by the internet while avoiding risks and the harms caused by the illegal use of personal data. That's all for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Zhao. Great thanks to all our guest speakers again for their insightful sharing. Next, we will move to the question and answer section. If you have any questions for our guest speakers, please feel free to propose your question. We will choose 3 of them to discuss. So now we invite questions. Let's control discussion time for each question within 3 minutes. Shall we? I think that first I want to ask some offline participant to share your idea, okay? Okay, first is from China Live. Okay.
Hello, so I'm from China Lab, and my name is Li He. My question is, since the outbreak of COVID-19, data had played a very important role in fighting the pandemic. Next February, China will host the Winter Olympic Games. So I wanted to ask dear experts, so you think in different countries in Asia, Europe, and Americas, what are some very important experience of preventing the pandemic that we can learn from? How can we find a balance in between the information production as well as data security and being connected overall?
It's Shen to give a few words, okay?
这个谢谢李贺啊，您那个提问应该是2个问题啊，
So you have 2 questions. The first is the experience of European countries and the USA and other countries. And also the second question is how to strike a balance between the data, the interconnectivity and data protection. About the first question, I think let's take the Tokyo 2020 Games as an example in July, because this is very recent, and also it actually has the same scenario with the Olympic Winter Games. We have found some data from the internet. The Tokyo 2020 Games, actually the pandemic situation in Japan in July, the new cases, the newly reported cases witnessed actually a rapid growth. The highest was the 15,000 newly reported cases on one day. But during the Tokyo 2020 Games, the stakeholders, there are about 42,000 stakeholders entering Japan, but among them, only 150 were tested positive later. So it's only about 0.4%. And their countermeasures of COVID-19 is actually not new to China. One of them is the closed loop management. Actually, this is what we are very familiar with that. They have the PCR test every day. And actually, this has been some daily routine in the big events in China. And this is to early detection, early discovery, identification of those cases. And second is the restriction of the activity. There are about 750 events, competitions during the Tokyo 2020 Games, but only 26 of them allow on-site spectators, only accounting for 7.5%. So these are very interesting, some new rules of the Olympic Games. For example, during the table tennis games, the athletes are not allowed to blow the ball by mouth, and their hand and paws are not allowed to touch the table, etc. These are some interesting new rules. And third experience is the epidemiological research and survey. And in this aspect, the data interconnectivity has actually played an important role. They used the two mobile apps to record people's activity to track the closed contacts. When people turn on the Bluetooth, and if a lot of people gather together for more than 15 minutes, this app will record this activity. And if one of these people are tested positive, other people will receive some notice. So I think this is what we can learn from Tokyo. But actually, part of these measures have been adopted in China. And the second question is about how to strike a balance between interconnectivity and information protection. Well, I think the COVID-19 is actually an emergency in terms of public health. Actually, we have some legal foundation to collect personal information, like the infectious disease prevention and control law, etc. But we still need to follow and observe related laws and regulations. The first is to minimize the information collection, and the second is some passive questions, like people can only use yes or no to answer those questions. And the original purpose of this big data is to protect the public rights rather than infringe on personal rights. So we use some smart technology, like in tracing people's activity, etc. There's, for example, in China, we use some mini programs to trace people's activity in the past 14 days, but this is only can show which city you have been in, and this only show the cities rather than very specific address. And the implementation of data safety law is actually first to ensure the effective protection, and the second is the legitimate usage of the data. So on one hand, we need to implementation some safety protection measures to prevent the theft of this data, and second is to ensure that the utilization of data is legitimate. So actually, observing the laws and the regulations is the precondition, and there are two principles. The first is necessity and minimization, and the second is, for example, if some people has been tested positive and some people has been identified as close contact, when we release their information, we need to hide some sensitive information. So this is how we try to strike a balance between the interconnectivity and safety.
For more of information to Li He, it's okay? Okay. So next, who else offline here? Okay, Yuan Hui, please.
Okay, distinguished guests, my question is faced with the actually trans-border flow of the data, how we can have cross-border management of this personal data, and what kind of new technology can be applied to such cross-border data flow.
The cross-border management of the personal information protection needs the collaboration between the policy research and the technology R&D. I think it was approved by the development of the half-century internet development. You know that the value of the data was recognized by everybody. So everyone wants to get data from others, but nobody wants to share the data with others. I think it's very ridiculous. It's a paradox. But how to do that? You know, even not only for the individual, but also the country or organizations. So how to solve this issue? How to avoid the data solo is very important. So as I mentioned just now, we need policy and technology. For policy layer, we need some kind of platform to build the global rules, I mean, which can be adopted by every economy. But up now, there is no international platform to do that. So that's why we hope we will build a global commission on data governance, which will be focused on the data security and personal information protection. For the second question is for the technologies. You know, there's so many new technologies which was mentioned by so many people. I just want to mention 3 areas. One is the privacy computing or multiple security computing. I think it was mentioned by so many people. I don't want to discuss a lot. Another 2 I want to mention is one is solid, which calls the social link data, which was proposed by the people with Tim Berners-Lee, which the inventor of the World Wide Web. It's also called the father of the internet. So it's a new framework for how to protect the personal data. I think it's even up to now, the framework is not perfect, but I think it's a very useful and very constructive solution to protect your personal data. And the second is identifier system, which rely on the domain name system and the blockchain. Why I mentioned domain name system? Because it's the unique identifier system which adopted by everybody. And a blockchain, I don't want to mention a lot of blockchain. So I think it's the most important how to identify the data in a unique namespace and to make sure to protect the ownership of the data. And then to encourage people to share the data, because the openness and the sharing is the key spirit of the internet. That's my answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Xiaodong. Due to the limited time, that's all for the Q&A section. Thank you all for your participation. In the era of the digital economy, with the internet plus increasingly integrated into everyday life, we have witnessed the rapid development of big data, AI, and the IoT assets. Modern people are benefiting from the dividends and the confidence brought by the technological progress, whereas facing unprecedented risks of personal information leakage. Through such a workshop, we hope we can jointly discuss how to build a meaningful standard for necessary scope of PI processing and think about the meaning behind it. Especially during the pandemic, we need to classify the rights and the responsibility of each data governance actors and the relationship between them. We're continuing to strengthen the awareness, capacity building, and the fulfillment of a responsibility of each player. To this end, we call on all stakeholders to shoot their responsibility, further enhance communication and cooperation, and stringent personal information protection in routine practice of COVID-19 prevention and control. Working together for a digital future that can guarantee the security of personal information. As previously mentioned, it is recommended the United Nations establish human-centered global universal rules and frameworks for personal information protection, and that the UN IGF play a great role in guiding more stakeholders to engage and jointly build a set of collaborative, trustworthy, and international community-oriented personal information protection AI rules and mechanisms. With a concentrated effort, we are making some difference in the field of personal information protection and AI governance. Hopefully, we will embrace a healthy, sustainable AI future in which our personal information is soundly protected. Thank you all again for your active participation. Look forward to meeting you again in next year. Thank you all. Thank you.
We all live in a digital world. We all need it to be open and safe. We all want to trust.
And to be trusted.
We all despise control.
And desire freedom.
We are all united.
Okay, that was beautiful. Can I know, please, who's the host? I presume, Leila, it's not you. So I can have an opportunity to share the slides and we can start because I believe it's already 3:35 and in Europe. Okay, right. So I believe I can share the screen. Give me 1 second and we will start.
Well, while Elena is doing that, let's just do this, like, instead of being silent, let's just, use the time and talk about. Welcome, everybody. And if you wouldn't mind turning on the cameras, just for kind of let's see you all, and then later on, if that's all right with all of you, I'll take a screenshot of everybody to share on our social media. Of course, if you don't want to be on the screenshot, turn off the camera and that's it. And yeah, so some of you don't know me, some of them you do, some of you do know me. My name is Daniel, and I'm a co-founder and a co-organizer of this talk. Together we have with us, in order of my screen to the right, we have Robert, Sylvie, which will be presenting with me together. Sylvie will go first, then Robert, and I will be at the end. Leila, Elena, and Ali, they are part of the team. They are team members. Hi, George, nice to see you from USA. And Adriano as well is a part of the development team. Then we have two IGFs, welcome. And Captioner and Dominic, welcome as well. So yeah, feel free to take up the mic and discuss. Let's not make it like just me talking. Let's start with to my right, Robert. Would you like to say something, or let's just talk a little bit about stuff? Unmute and introduce yourself if you want to.
Yeah, hi, afternoon, Daniel. Afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I'm Robert Herrian. So I'm presently based at the law school of the Open University here in the UK. And my research interests are based in law and technology, kind of across private law and property law, a particular interest. Hence why we're part of the discussion around copyright today. So yeah, that's why I'm here. Looking forward to some interesting discussions today. So I'll hand over to Sylvie.
Good afternoon. Yeah, I will make a presentation of the organization later when we can share the screen. So my name is Sylvie Fodor. I'm the executive director of a trade organization, which means we represent, a federation. We federate visual content producers in the large meaning. I'm talking here from Berlin. I'm in home office, so I'm talking from my home, but we have an international membership everywhere in Europe. Anyway, we've been very active in Brussels on this copyright directive, and I will say a little bit more when it's my time to speak. If we can share the screens, I don't know. Otherwise, maybe if we can't share screens, we just can say something. I don't know. I can share my own screen. Maybe I don't know if it's a problem. I'm just trying to help.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm still struggling a little bit, but regardless, thank you so much, guys, for taking the initiative. And we already have our speakers self-introduced. Let me see if, can you see my screen? Because I still struggle with sharing. For some reason, I don't think I have the rights. You don't. Okay, Leila, do you have the rights of sharing the screen?
Excuse me, apparently I have it.
Okay, well then it's beautiful. Daniel,
Yeah.
can you please?
Sure.
I really apologize
I'm
for
sorry.
this slight technical bug. The idea was that we tested 15 minutes before, but hey, here we are.
Okay, so what? I go over the center and I will be the one who's clicking around, right?
Yes, if you can do that, that will save us.
Let's see.
Perfect. Here we are. Okay, so again, so basically, you guys, I guess, all know since you joined the agenda that we're going to be talking in the remaining 30 minutes. It's well, digital creative market, emerging technology, emerging regulation, with a particular focus on the EU copyright directive, some current technical solutions, technical issues and limitation, and also emerging technical solutions with which we'll finish the discussion, and then open the floor to Q&A. So let's go right to it. First, Sylvie will give us a perspective of the creative industry. Sylvie, please take the floor.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so thank you. I'm very happy, very honored to be here and to be talking about this important subject on behalf of our varied membership. So maybe you can just go to the next slide, please. Yeah, so that's a presentation of CEPIC. I thought, I'd make a short presentation. I'm not sure if everybody's familiar what trade organizations do and what CEPIC does. So I said we represent visual content producers. This means picture agencies, but also, of course, the photographers or the videographers. Picture agency, Getty Images, for example, is a member of us in all areas, press, doc, and heritage. And we also have several technology providers as members. And this is not a detail, as you will see and in my presentation. So everywhere in Europe mostly, but we are registering, we just registered as a European, as an international organization as this month. So what do? We share information between members, and we also fight for the interests of our members. When I mean fight for the interest, I mean mainly that we fight for copyright online. This is why I'm here on this talk, and this brings us to the next slide, please. Yes, so that's why we've been very active in the debates, in the making of the EU Copyright Directive, and we focused all our efforts on Article 17. We've been trying for years, and I mean that through different means, copyright legislation being just one means among others, to solve the value gap. What's the value gap or the value block? The value gap is the name given to this disbalance that you have online the value of value distribution, value of content distributed by users, shared by users, with online platforms such as Facebook or Google making a lot of money thanks to this creative content, and creators very often making very little money, if not no money at all. That's then value block. That's why we call it value gap, value block. And we supported, we fought for Article 17 as a tool, as a mean to solve at least partly this value gap. Now, the thing is, and this is a conflict here, is that copyright, and then, of course, Article 17, has always very often been presented as impeding freedom of speech. Users cannot share content, copyrighted content freely online. It means that their free speech is being impeached. I don't think, or members don't think that this is the case. I personally really don't think this is the case. In fact, it's a contradiction. I mean, I really wish to defend copyright. Copyright is a livelihood of creators. Creators are creative. Creativity is a basis of freedom of speech. Okay, so that's for the theory. Now, how do we solve this conflict in the real world? How can Article 17 both support creativity and freedom of speech? That comes to my next slide. Yes, well, technology is a key. We've always said technology is a key, and among our members, we have several companies that, they help us a lot in our consultations by providing information, and they are looking at the market. So technology it's the key. I mean, it's at least one very important part of the solution. On this slide, I made a difference between technology existing before Article 17 and technology existing after Article 17 have come into being. And then I also make a difference between technology that is compatible with Article 17 and technology that enforces Article 17. Regarding the first point, it's quite obvious that to have a technology, since this technology is developed and provided by private vendors, you need a market for this. So before Article 17 came into being, we have to admit that the market didn't exist for it, right? And at the moment, we are in a period of transition. 2019, 2021, where we have work in progress. We have several companies, some of them are members of us, working on a technology that will enforce Article 17 in full. However, what we had is that we already had technology that could support this Article 17. That's what we had before. That's what was part of our consultation at the EU. Now you've seen my quoted from the motion report here. It's a translation of the report that was made as the French government on this implementation of Article 17, that recognition tools play a central role in the conclusion of license agreements by allowing the monetization of content and thus promote the dissemination of promoted works on the internet. And Article 17 is intended to extend and broaden a dynamic which is favorable to creation and has already been initiated on certain platforms, hence the increased importance of content recognition tools. And that's where we are now. We already have technology that is compatible with Article 17. I could, of course, in the discussion, I can say a little bit more about this, but let's say I will just give one example here for the presentation, the Google licensable badge, with what they developed with CEPIC in 2018. We think it's compatible with Article 17. It covers a number of aspects of Article 17. And then we're still working on the technology that will enforce properly this article. Yeah, and that's it, I guess. That was my message for today. Thank you very much. That's my last slide.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Sylvie. You are perfect on timing. And now we give the mic and the floor to Robert, which is the perspective of the legal perspective and the current work in the field of regulation.
Yeah,
Robert is a senior lecturer at the Open University and well, a pioneer in terms of research and regulation and emerging technologies. Robert, it's all yours.
Thanks very much, Lena. So I just have the single slide, so you can all entertain yourself with reading that one statement throughout my very short presentation. But the statement is key here. So the starting point for me really is this outline of copyright law, which contains a number of important principles and variables. So copyright law provides an automatic right when work is created, and it's the owner of that right who in a majority of jurisdictions will need to identify and report infringements. So the issue of copyright online or offline is not one of law's failure to provide protection for creators, artists, and so on. Any suggestion of an absence of law really in this regard is incorrect, whether we're talking about civil or common law jurisdictions. But just because laws are in place does not mean that they are enforced, or indeed that they are enforceable in any realistic or reasonable way. So we have a gap, another gap to add to Sylvia's value gap, I guess, and it's a legal one. But it's one that technology may seek to fill, but equally one that continues to breed uncertainty and a lack of confidence. So as the 2004 EU directive on the enforcement of intellectual property rights shows, confidence is low or it's even lost when an inventor or creator risks not being able to derive or have the opportunity or the potential to derive a legitimate profit from their invention or creation. And we know law and regulation have a role to play in fostering a confident copyright regime that can facilitate wider economic benefits for communities and for countries. So enforcement, rather than a need to evidence a prima facie right, is required, but seems to be an intractable problem, certainly as innovation in systems and networks continues to make copyright infringement perhaps easier and more widespread, or equally perhaps less detectable. Now, Article 17 of the Copyright Directive requires online content sharing service providers, or OCSSPs, to obtain authorization from rights holders before they add copyright protected content to a platform. And OCSSPs will be liable for content they share without prior authorization, unless the OCSSP has made best efforts to 1, obtain an authorization, 2, to block unauthorized content and ensure that it remains blocked, and 3, promptly block or remove unauthorized content once notified. The question is whether such measures can successfully mitigate weaknesses in enforcement when infringements do occur. So without a means of reliable actual enforcement for breaches or infringement of copyright, an inventor or creator cannot confidently allow the widest possible dissemination of their works, ideas, and new know-how. And at the same time, enforcement should not hamper freedom of expression, the freedom of information, or the protection of personal data on the internet or otherwise. So in the UK and the US and certain EU countries such as France, Italy, and the Netherlands, infringements are tackled from both the supply side, that's content providers and other companies that facilitate access to material that infringes copyright online, and the demand side, so that's from individual subscribers. Although approaches do differ, there are universal aspects to the laws and policies put in place to tackle copyright infringement. So these include increasingly severe warnings and fines for demand side infringements, and policies for taking down content in cases of supply side infringements, as well as follow the money approaches that target stakeholders involved in copyright infringement, such as those who monetize content. Now, educating against copyright infringement is also seen as a worthwhile measure, although its effectiveness is really debatable. South Korea is arguably the most progressive legal regime for tackling copyright infringement, including a distributed network of extrajudicial actors, notably the general public, who assume responsibility for identifying and reporting infringements, as well as a relatively successful judicial system that is able to terminate ISP accounts and apply injunctions to prevent offenders from further infringing. However, in progressive systems such as South Korea, dealing with copyright issues is incredibly labor intensive. It's a form of data and information laboring for which the public, for example, are not necessarily compensated. Although we might argue there is a moral obligation to foster fair and just online spaces for all, which outweighs the financial reward an individual might expect. Technical measures in the form of automation of the tasks of identifying and reporting copyright infringement seems the obvious response, and one noted in part in the recent judgment of the Court of Justice of the European Union on the request of a preliminary ruling made by the German Federal Court of Justice in relation to 2 proceedings concerning unauthorized uploading of copyright content to YouTube and to Uploaded, which is a file hosting and sharing platform. So of particular interest to me, I suppose, in my own work, are semantic systems that are able to recreate and interpret existing legal regulatory provisions and deploy them as effectively as extrajudicial and judicial means presently to hand. But I do want to stress that this is not an answer rooted in a technological workaround of the law as we find it offline. It's really about technology using laws that in many cases we already have. So that is technology finding itself in the law, therefore, not the other way around. So back to you, Elena.
Yeah, thank you so much, Robert. And I just heard from the organizers that they kindly gave us 5 extra minutes since we weren't able to start on time. So without further ado, Daniel, please continue with the technical perspective on the issue.
All right.
As Robert said, yeah.
Okay.
It's not going to be an easy task.
Let's not lose more time. I'm going to run through this. Thanks, Robert. Thanks, Sylvie. So to kind of connect what I'm going to talk about, which is technical part a little bit, and Robert, is that the real world copyright is a very hard to verify the digital world because you need identifiers. And today, we mostly see technical solutions focused on preventive and restrictive approach, like upload filters or blocking or other ones, and a not working technology that is used to actually enable digital copyrights and create them as they should be created in a digital world. This slide is, let's start. One of the biggest challenges in the multimedia domain is to identify the image correctly and with precision. The main reason is that the image metadata standard does not enforce creation of unique identifiers. Due to that reason, we need to create another approach aside from the metadata standard. We needed 3 different identifiers, at least. Content addressing, multiple identifiers are going to be a combo of them, and feature-based identifiers. The image here that you see is actually a working workflow, working prototype of a multiple identifier generation workflow, which creates 2 cryptographic keys or cryptographic identifiers and 1 perceptual hash or a feature-based identifier, which widely is used in a reverse image search and in an AI model training. Next slide. In the previous slide, we saw that the content identifiers are important in creation of a digital copyright. Now we will talk about important identifiers which enable the connection between the real-world assets and the user identity in a digital world. For example, you can see on this screen it's an output of a simple program that of 8 images. The 3 images are taken with a professional camera and 4 with a mobile phone. The camera model plus the serial number is the unique identifier of such a device, which unfortunately does not have an information enough for the mobile phones, which is majority of which are the devices that are used in majority of the time, most of the time, in creating the images. At the end, the original document ID is supposed to, in the standard, as defined in standard, it says that this is the mother identifier from all which derivations come. So it is possible to track them to the original image, all the renditions and modifications, which unfortunately mobile phones do not provide. And like that's not enough of violation of the metadata standard. The mobile phones are actually providing some identifiers in a software definitions, which is not meant to be used like that. The software is still, it should be there to identify which software has been used to modify, not create. So this is the real world asset problem. This slide is about connecting the previous two slides. There is a saying in the Web3 world, and that's, if you have access to your private key, you have access to your assets, Bitcoin or copyright statement. In this case, in this example, we can see a working version of Web3 copyright statement. It consists of the blockchain-specific public address, or most commonly an account ID, a signature section, which act as a real-world classic signatures by hand, and a claim, and a claim which contains the proportion amount in which claim is, which copyright is claimed, and additional resources like proof of existence of the real-world asset from the previous slide. On the other hand, all this is possible to be the only way to make this transparent and auditable is through this thing called Rule ID, which is actually a clean, transparent workflow of executing from a data to the actually proofs, which are bundled into claims, which are bundled together with the digital signatures into the final copyright statements. End. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. And,
so we have 5 minutes for Q&A.
Yes, we have 10 minutes for
10
Q&A.
minutes, excellent.
Extra minute. If anyone in the audience has anything to add, has any questions, particular questions to our speakers, now's the time. So, unfortunately, I believe that most of the audience is on the YouTube channel with the YouTube stream, watching the YouTube stream because of some technical issues. So people who are here, you have a unique chance to.
Should we pick anybody? Just randomly. Come on, don't be afraid, people. It's all right.
Sylvie, if you have something to add, or
yes, please.
Robert, now we have extra time.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a question to put back to Daniel, really, which is this. I mean, I suppose to unpack the notion of transparency. I mean, in your slide there, you described transparency as you were sort of passing the cursor over a series of letters and numbers.
Yes.
In other words, it's not what most people would consider an ordinary interpretation of transparency. So how do we reach a level of transparency which is more inclusive?
Well, how would you define inclusive? We are from different domains. Inclusive means different, probably.
Okay. So inclusive to the sense, in the sense of those who may not understand a series of figures, letters, or numbers as transparent.
Right. Well, this is not meant to be read by end user. This is this will be, how we call it, beautified via the UI or the applications. This what I showed in the last slide is actually the output from the blockchain. It's like it's a structure of a statement. All the values are just they're just the actual values, and they since they are strings and as you said letters, they are actual links to other things. Yeah. And if you would have a UI or a mobile application that you would say, hey, I'd like to see my statement or my copyright or this image, does it have a copyright? It would say yes or no. Basically, if it can find the record, then it has it. If it can't find the record, then it will know. And then if it finds the record, then we'll say, well, okay, so what are the details? So it will be nicely shaped in a table or whatever, however UI designers decide to show it.
Yeah, I guess just to follow up on that really quickly. So I'm quite interested in this because it may seem perhaps somewhat irrelevant, but I'm wondering how important it really is. If we're going to use, if we're going to talk about transparency seriously, when does transparency really begin in the process? So if it only begins at the point of design, at the point of as you say, a kind of an easily interpretable end user interface, actually, is that too late? Should we be talking about a level of transparency that starts earlier than that?
Sorry, but that transparency ends with that. That's like the end cycle of transparency. The beginning of a transparency is when you, if you think of it, my left hand is a data, and then I have in my first slide, I think I talked about workflow and that awesome thing that goes from left to right, and there's an image of universe at the right hand side. That is where the transparency starts. So on that right hand side, where you start creating all the proofs, we call them proofs, but they are essentially identifiers that act as a proof. So if you think of it as a, like, if you want to say, is this image equal as this one? So there are two ways to do it, like either cryptographically, which you always aim for 100% uniqueness, or a perceptual hash, which is also known as a local sensitive hashing, which provides similarity on a feature base. So for example, if I would look at all our images here and I would crop them and I would run them through the perceptual hash, we would have 90 plus similarity because we all have a head and roughly around the center of the screen. So the higher the perceptual hash is similar to another perceptual hash, it's more similar, the images are more similar. Basically 100% is equal image. But that also, if you say that you have 3 of the identifiers and 2 says nothing, like it's not equal, they are cryptographic in nature, which means that a byte changed, they change. And then you could say like, okay, I give more weight to the perceptual hash, but it's subjective. We do not, the idea that how we think of it, we do not enforce the weight. It's actually its weight is on you and people like you, Robert, where you would go like either get on the court, defend that, then you would say, well, yes, similarity is more important than actually cryptographic hash, which we both know that it's very easy to change. So each step of the way to the end of the statement is transparent. You can see exactly what has been done, how it has been done. What you cannot see is what is the data. The data is never saved. The data never leaves the user's, I don't know, either UI or mobile phone or environment, let's say like that. And it's never stored. We are creating like we never touch it. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you, Daniel. Right, so few minutes if anyone in the audience has a question. Otherwise, I suggest, if nobody raises a hand, I suggest Daniel, Robert, Sylvie, please some short closing statement from you on the topic of our discussion.
So nobody has anything to add? Mikko, George?
It would have been interesting to know if I can say something.
Of course.
I know we don't have so much time, unfortunately, but the motivation of the people who participated in this session. The reason I'm saying this is that usually I do this kind of presentations in front of specialists, people who are really deal with the subject on a day-to-day basis. And if I don't know if anybody wants to say about something, but it would be, or maybe after the presentation, if we could know the motivation, the motivation, it would be interesting from my perspective as a presenter.
And if not now, the platform allows to send a message to the organizers, and also you can use the hashtag LT30, which is the hashtag of the session on Twitter, LinkedIn, or which other kind of social media. So we can also follow up even after the call and continue the discussion if you have anything to add.
Excellent. That's it. No questions. Nada. George is asking something. Hi, Robert. George, you can speak.
Well.
I've got the power. Oh, for God's sakes! All right. Good morning from Los Angeles. Robert, I have a question about litigation in the UK. If it's not far long enough, but have you seen any litigation with contracts in the blockchain?
Hi, George. Yeah, thanks for the question. No, there hasn't really been a great deal. There was some interesting sort of movements around continuing to look at sort of definitions of cryptocurrencies in terms of property and things which tie back obviously to the blockchain, but not necessarily. I mean, by contracts, Ed, do you mean smart contracts, or are you talking about?
Yeah. Sorry, I should have.
Yeah. No, not really, because I mean, we've just completed, well, the Law Commission's just completed, and I was part of it, a very interesting sort of analysis of the present law of contract in relation to smart contracts, and kind of reached the conclusion that actually the existing law is capable of capturing any issues that may arise in relation to smart contracts. So I would imagine that there may now be sort of litigation which follows in the wake of that, because there will be people essentially testing how rigorous contracts or traditional contract law and theory is in relation to what smart contracts can do. So now that kind of position has been set out, I wouldn't be surprised at all if we start seeing the kind of the more deployment of smart contracts in there, and therefore sort of more failures of certain situations which would need to be tested in court. So yes, they're definitely on the horizon, but nothing significant at the moment.
Thanks. Thank you. Hey, Daniel, I have a question, or I had one. I think it just escaped me. But is there monetization somewhere along this this blockchain sequence
yes.
for photography? Would it be the end user, and how do you determine the monetization, and how does that work? How are you proposing it would work?
I believe that's more for Elena than me. She's the business side.
All right, Elena.
Right. So I see that we are not kicked out from the session yet, even though we're over time. So I'll continue, but just in case if the recording will stop, I would like to thank everyone for joining us today.